Introduction to the paper edition dedicated to Bonnie Gray. With love and gratitude in the course of life, love often appears as a steady hand, a voice of wisdom, and a quiet resilience. For many, that presence might be a partner, a friend, or a guiding figure who inspires them to be the best version of themselves. Here, it is the strength and support of a loved one that grounds us, creating a space where we can learn, grow, and find the courage to share life's lessons. These moments of inspiration often become a foundation for understanding and harmony, guiding relationships into a place of deeper fulfillment. Men Are from Mars, Women Are from Venus offers a unique perspective on love and connection. For those seeking a meaningful relationship, it provides tools that have transformed millions of lives. In reflecting on his own marriage of over 2 decades, one may realize that while some issues reappear over time, the difference lies in how they are approached. With patience, tolerance, and acceptance, even the most challenging moments become opportunities for growth. Understanding these subtle differences can enhance communication, foster empathy, and build lasting connections. As the years pass, new insights shape relationships, allowing us to recognize and appreciate each other's perspectives. This understanding doesn't imply passivity or the acceptance of a passionless relationship. Instead, it encourages active engagement with our partners, creating an atmosphere of support and empathy that builds a stronger foundation for lasting love. Love in a world of high expectations in today's world, where work pressures are high and the desire for enduring romance remains strong, understanding gender differences serves as a crucial key. It is a compassionate approach that promotes harmony, not through uniformity, but through a respect for individuality. Each of us holds the ability to adapt, to transform our own responses, reactions, and communication styles. Through this, we create a supportive environment that naturally inspires love and unity. It is in respecting these differences that we find our relationships enriched. There will always be ways in which each partner contributes, and moments when certain needs arise. It's within these experiences that the deepest connections form, as long as both are willing to understand and support one another. Respect for differences as a pathway to unity. The principles in Men Are from Mars, Women Are from Venus aim to help couples interpret each other's behaviors through a new lens. For example, a man's need to retreat into solitude after a long day provides a moment to recharge, yet does not excuse him from engaging when needed. Likewise, a woman's tendency to discuss her emotions as a way of managing stress invites connection, though it's not a demand for constant attention. When approached with an open heart, these principles can nurture enduring relationships. Couples often find themselves rekindling a love they thought had faded, experiencing a fresh start, or rediscovering each other after periods of challenge or separation. While this understanding cannot resolve every conflict, it provides a foundation for those who seek to find love again or to understand the roots of past difficulties. Universal lessons for deepening relationships. Many readers come to these insights with the desire to deepen their relationships. For certain, even a single revelation can transform communication, allowing us to grow both personally and with our partners. It's often the smallest shift, a slight adjustment in perspective, that creates a lasting and dramatic impact. The principles here extend beyond resolving conflict to fostering an entirely new level of connection. This approach reframes the dynamics of communication so that love is rekindled and the possibilities within a relationship are amplified. By addressing the small matters with patience, even the seemingly insurmountable challenges can become manageable. An ongoing journey of insight over time, the ideas in this book have evolved, adapted to meet the needs of a changing world, yet the core remains constant. Each new chapter builds upon a foundation of empathy, providing readers with tools to apply in love, friendship, parenting, and even work. Each principle highlights the uniqueness of men and women, acknowledging the diversity that enriches every relationship. This isn't about changing who we are, but embracing our differences. Men and women show love, process stress, and interpret words in different ways that make each partnership unique. A woman's desire to support and improve her partner may be filled with love, yet her partner may feel pressured to change. Similarly, a man's retreat into silence might be a way to recharge, though his partner might feel he's growing distant. Recognizing these qualities prevents misunderstandings and creates a space where love can flourish. Men are from Mars. Women are from Venus illuminates the beauty of these differences. In a time when men and women work together, share responsibilities, and seek romance and intimacy, understanding these nuances is essential. Rather than expecting uniformity in thought, feeling, and reaction, couples are encouraged to celebrate each other as they are, creating harmony from individuality. Love is giving and forgiving through shared stories and lived experiences. Readers are invited to see their relationships in a new light, finding humor in their mistakes and learning to let go of rigid expectations. This light-hearted approach transforms conflict into connection, allowing love to thrive amid life's challenges. Often, the most profound realization is that our relationships are not isolated struggles, but common experiences shared by others on the same journey. For countless couples, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus has become a lasting resource, a guide to return to in moments of difficulty or growth. Each time these pages are revisited, readers uncover new layers of understanding and compassion. These insights foster relationships that are resilient, adaptable, and above all, filled with love. A week had passed since our daughter, Lauren, was born. My wife, Bonnie, and I were utterly drained. Each night, like clockwork, Lauren would wake us with her tiny, unrelenting cries. Bonnie, still recovering from the delivery, struggled through the pain, relying on medication just to get through the day. Her physical pain was compounded by sleepless nights, and she could barely muster the strength to walk. After spending 5 days at home to help, I finally went back to work. Bonnie seemed a bit better, and I assumed she would continue to improve. Little did I know that she had run out of her pain medication that day. Instead of reaching out to me at work, Bonnie asked one of my brothers who was visiting to help. Yet, despite his best intentions, he didn't return with the pills. Bonnie ended up spending an excruciating day managing Lauren's needs, exhausted and in pain. That evening, when I came home, I found her visibly upset. Not knowing what had unfolded, I misinterpreted her frustration, assuming she was blaming me for her misery. She looked at me with tired, wounded eyes and said, "I've been in pain all day. I ran out of pills. I've been stranded in bed, and nobody cares." Reacting defensively, I shot back. "Why didn't you call me?" In a strained voice, she explained, "I asked your brother, but he forgot. I've been waiting for him to come back all day. What am I supposed to do? I can barely walk. I feel so deserted." A surge of anger welled up in me. My patience was thin that day, too. I was frustrated that she hadn't called me directly. I felt like she was unfairly blaming me when I hadn't even known about her pain. As our voices escalated, I turned toward the door, needing space from the tension and from everything that felt out of control. Both of us were stretched to our limits, our patience fraying with every word. But then something happened, a moment that would forever change how I understood love. "Stop, please don't leave," Bonnie called out, her voice softer, almost pleading. "This is when I need you the most. I'm in pain. I haven't slept in days. Please just listen to me." I paused, the door only a few steps away. There was a sincerity in her voice, a vulnerability that stopped me. She looked into my eyes and said, "John Gray, you're a fair-weather friend. As long as I'm sweet, loving Bonnie, you're here for me. But as soon as I'm not, you walk right out that door." Her words hit me like a weight, heavy and undeniable. Then, in a softer tone, Her eyes filling with tears, she continued, "Right now, I'm in pain. I have nothing left to give. This is when I need you the most. Please come over here and hold me. You don't have to say anything. I just need to feel your arms around me. Please don't go." In that moment, I felt my own defenses begin to dissolve. I crossed the room and held her close, her pain and fatigue finally sinking into me. She wept quietly in my arms, her emotions pouring out. After a few minutes, she looked up and thanked me, a whisper of relief in her voice. She told me that all she needed was for me to be there, to hold her, to not leave. At that moment, I glimpsed the real essence of love, unconditional, selfless love. Until then, I had thought of myself as a loving partner, but she was right. I had been, in many ways, a fair-weather friend. I had been there for her as long as things were smooth, as long as she was happy. But if she was in distress, if her pain revealed itself, I had a tendency to distance myself, retreating into my own defenses. That day, for the first time, I stayed. I gave her what she needed, even though it was a simple gesture. It felt powerful, real, a deep love that went beyond words. I marveled at how natural it was to offer her this support once I saw the way. How had I missed it before? She didn't need solutions or explanations. All she needed was for me to be there. Perhaps another woman would have instinctively understood what Bonnie needed. But as a man, I hadn't realized that listening, holding, and simply being present could mean so much. This experience opened my eyes, showing me a new way to connect with her. In the past, during conflicts in relationships, I had often distanced myself, withdrawing in the face of emotional turmoil. My first marriage had been fraught with pain and misunderstandings. This one incident with Bonnie helped me see the root of my past struggles, revealing a path toward real connection. 2. A journey of discovery and transformation inspired by this experience. I spent the next 7 years dedicated to understanding the differences between men and women, studying how these differences shape our relationships. Through practical exploration, I discovered that relationships didn't have to be a constant struggle. By acknowledging these differences, Bonnie and I began to communicate more openly and enjoy a deeper connection. As I shared these insights with clients in my counseling practice, I witnessed similar transformations in their relationships. Couples who had been on the brink of separation found renewed hope. Thousands of people attending my seminars saw dramatic improvements in their relationships, some even mending bonds overnight. One couple, Susan and Jim, attended a seminar after 9 years of marriage. They had reached a point of disillusionment, each feeling they were too different to make it work. "We have tried everything to make this relationship work," Susan had said, "but we're just too different." Yet during the seminar, they learned that these differences were not flaws, but natural variations in the way men and women relate. They saw that countless other couples shared similar struggles and patterns. Over the course of just 2 days, Susan and Jim discovered new ways to appreciate each other, transforming their relationship from a source of frustration to a source of joy. They fell in love again, eagerly anticipating a future together. Years later, when I visited their home, they still expressed their gratitude, saying that the insights into gender differences had saved their marriage. Their love had triumphed, guided by a deeper understanding of each other. 3. Bridging differences to build a loving foundation. Though many recognize that men and women are inherently different, few grasp just how profound these differences can be. Over the years, numerous books have attempted to define these differences, yet many often lean toward reinforcing mistrust or resentment, depicting one gender as victimized by the other. What was needed was a guide that upheld respect and compassion, inspiring trust and cooperation. In creating Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, I wanted to offer this definitive guide. It would provide practical suggestions for reducing frustration, increasing happiness, and nurturing lasting intimacy. By first acknowledging these differences, couples could avoid the misunderstandings that lead to resentment or conflict, transforming relationships into sources of joy and support. Through this book, readers will explore strategies to build understanding and appreciation between the sexes. These strategies don't just offer a quick fix, but serve as a foundation for creating love that endures through life's challenges. For a shared journey of growth and discovery, men and women may communicate, think, feel, perceive, react, and love in profoundly different ways, but it is these very differences that create the richness of partnership. This book aims to validate these differences, giving both men and women a newfound respect for their partners. For couples who have faced the turbulence of relationships, this book serves as a manual, guiding them toward mutual support and respect. At times, we may feel that our partners are from a completely different world, and in a way, that's true. By recognizing and embracing these differences, we can find peace in our relationships and resolve conflicts with ease. This approach not only addresses challenges, but enhances intimacy, paving the way for enduring love and mutual respect. For many, men are from Mars, women are from Venus, offers a vision of relationships that is grounded in understanding and compassion. With every chapter, readers will find ways to bridge gaps, build respect, and nurture a love that can stand the test of time. Chapter 1. Men are from Mars. Women are from Venus. Imagine, if you will, a distant world, veiled in mist and mystery, a planet orbiting far from Earth. Here, on this red, rocky terrain, the inhabitants are known as Martians. They're thoughtful, introspective beings, given to studying the stars and exploring the mysteries of the universe. Their days are filled with the workings of complex mechanisms, theories, and solitary pursuits. Until now, their lives have been a quiet and inward journey, with an undisturbed peace that comes from order and control. But then, one day, something extraordinary happens. Looking through their telescopes, the Martians make an unexpected discovery. A beautiful, glimmering world in the distance, lush and vibrant. This world, they soon learn, is called Venus, and it is home to the Venusians, beings as warm and expressive as the Martians are composed and analytical. The Martians are immediately captivated, struck by a feeling unknown to them, a feeling of awe and longing. As they gaze upon Venus from afar, the Martians feel something stir within them, something that had been dormant until that moment, a longing to connect. For the first time, they sense that their lives could be complete if only they could reach out to this other world. Driven by this newfound passion, the Martians quickly set about designing a way to bridge the distance. They pour their intellect into creating spaceships, developing technology that will allow them to cross the great divide between their world and Venus. Finally, the day arrives. The Martians launch their ships and make their way to Venus. As they land, they are met with open arms. The Venusians have been expecting them. They had always known, deep within their hearts, that one day these visitors from Mars would come. They, too, had felt an emptiness that could only be filled by these new arrivals. And so, they welcome the Martians with joy and acceptance. As the Martians and Venusians come together, a profound and magical love is born. They revel in their differences, celebrating each other's unique qualities. The Martians are drawn to the Venusians' warmth, their expressiveness, and their ability to communicate openly about their feelings. The Venusians, in turn, admire the Martians' strength, their quiet focus, and their dedication to solving problems. Together, they spend countless days learning from one another, creating a harmonious life where both are valued and understood. Their love blossoms, growing stronger with each passing day. For years, the Martians and Venusians live together in harmony on Venus, reveling in a love that is pure and complete. They understand and appreciate each other's needs and preferences, never questioning or doubting that their differences are what make their union so special. Each one knows exactly how to support and fulfill the other, and their days are filled with joy, laughter, and mutual respect. The journey to Earth and the change eventually, however, the Martians and Venusians decide to embark on a new adventure together. They choose to leave Venus and journey to Earth, hoping to continue their lives on this new world. In the beginning, everything is as magical as it had been on Venus. The love and understanding they shared remain intact, and they delight in discovering Earth together, exploring its wonders side by side. But then something strange happens. Gradually, as they become accustomed to Earth's atmosphere, both the Martians and Venusians begin to experience a peculiar kind of amnesia. It's not that they forget who they are, or even that they love one another, but they forget that they come from different worlds. They forget that they are meant to be different. One morning they awaken, and the memory of their origins, the knowledge that they are fundamentally distinct beings with unique ways of thinking, feeling, and communicating, is gone. Suddenly, they expect one another to behave as if they were from the same world, to think and react in identical ways. From this day forward, misunderstandings arise. The Martians become frustrated with the Venusians, puzzled by their emotions and communication styles. The Venusians, in turn, feel hurt and neglected, yearning for the kind of support and empathy they had once received effortlessly. The harmony that once defined their relationship is lost, replaced by tension and confusion. Without the awareness of their differences, the Martians and Venusians now face conflicts that seem insurmountable. Each one feels as though the other has changed, that the love and understanding they once shared has somehow faded. And yet, the truth is that they have simply forgotten who they are. Remembering our differences in forgetting their differences, the Martians and Venusians fall into a common trap. They expect each other to think, feel, and behave in identical ways. The Martians mistakenly assume that the Venusians will react logically, while the Venusians expect the Martians to understand their emotional needs without explanation. Both become frustrated when their expectations aren't met. The Venusians, for instance, might feel hurt when the Martians retreat into silence, assuming that this distance means they no longer care. The Martians, on the other hand, might grow impatient with the Venusians' desire to talk through their feelings, seeing it as unnecessary or overwhelming. In reality, these reactions are simply natural expressions of who they are. But without an understanding of their fundamental differences, each one interprets the other's behavior as a personal slight. The result is a cycle of disappointment and resentment, one that could be avoided if only they could remember their origins. When we remember that men are from Mars and women are from Venus, these misunderstandings start to make sense. Recognizing that men and women think, feel, and communicate differently allows us to approach each other with compassion and respect, rather than judgment or frustration. By embracing these differences, we can begin to bridge the gap between us, creating relationships that are both harmonious and fulfilling. An overview of our differences throughout this journey, we will explore the many ways in which Martians and Venusians differ, delving into the unique qualities that define each. From the way they express love to how they handle stress, every chapter will reveal new insights into these distinctions. For instance, while Martians are inclined to withdraw and reflect when faced with challenges, Venusians instinctively reach out, finding comfort in sharing their feelings. In understanding these differences, both Martians and Venusians can learn how to respond to one another in ways that are supportive and constructive. When we accept that men and women are meant to be different, we can begin to appreciate the richness and depth that these differences bring to our relationships. Rediscovering love through acceptance, the love that once united the Martians and Venusians, was magical, and it is a love that can be rediscovered. By remembering their origins and embracing each other's unique qualities, they can rekindle the connection that brought them together. When they accept and respect each other's differences, love flourishes. Men and women do not need to be the same to experience a deep and abiding love. In fact, it is in our differences that we find our greatest strengths. When we allow each other to be who we truly are without expectation or demand, we create a space where love can grow and thrive. Love is a magical force, one that can withstand the tests of time and circumstance. But to preserve it, we must approach our relationships with an open heart and a willingness to understand. When we remember that men are from Mars and women are from Venus, we can navigate the complexities of love with grace and compassion, building connections that are strong, resilient, and filled with joy. Chapter 3: Mr. Fix-It and the Home Improvement Committee in the Dynamic World of Relationships. One common complaint is often heard from women: men don't listen. Instead of offering a listening ear and empathy, men often approach these moments like they're solving a puzzle. They assess, diagnose, and then dive in with solutions, donning their symbolic Mr. Fix-It hat, believing that solving her problem is the ultimate way to show he cares. But when she doesn't respond with the gratitude he expects, he's left bewildered and, frankly, a little insulted. The misunderstanding repeats itself, with men wondering why their efforts are undervalued while women feel unheard. Conversely, men's top grievance about women can be summed up in one word: change. When a woman loves a man, she often takes on a nurturing role, feeling compelled to assist him in improving. She forms an unofficial home improvement committee, with him as the prime focus. Her intentions are loving, and she believes her suggestions will help him grow. However, the man sees her advice as control rather than care, a message that implies he's not good enough as he is. As he resists her well-meant input, she persists, believing he simply doesn't understand. This push-pull dance frustrates both parties, leading to resentment and a lack of harmony. 1. Life on Mars. The origins of Mr. Fix-It. To understand why men are wired to offer solutions rather than empathy, we need to travel back to Mars, the original home of the Martians. On Mars, values like power, competency, efficiency, and achievement reign supreme. A Martian self-worth is linked to his ability to get things done, to succeed, to accomplish. His sense of self is defined by results. This inner drive shapes every aspect of Martian life. Martian culture reflects these values clearly. Men dress to signify their roles, competence, and expertise. Police officers, soldiers, scientists, and other professions each wear distinctive uniforms or hats. This symbolism extends beyond clothing. Martians prioritize things over people, focusing on tools, gadgets, and technology. Their interests lean toward the outdoors, sports, and the news. A Martian might fantasize about a powerful car, a new gadget, or some other object that represents strength and utility, while Venusians often daydream about relationships and love. A Martian's deepest fulfillment comes from achieving his goals independently. In this world, autonomy is a symbol of power and capability. Anything that suggests he can't handle a task by himself is seen as a threat. Therefore, when unsolicited advice is offered, Martians tend to interpret it as a judgment on their competence, a subtle, if unintentional, implication that they aren't capable. This cultural mindset also means that Martians rarely discuss their problems unless they genuinely require expert advice. In the Martian world, discussing a problem with someone is akin to inviting a solution, so the listener is expected to offer advice, not sympathy. Therefore, when a woman shares her problems or feelings, Martians assume she's asking for solutions. He puts on his Mr. Fix-It hat and tries to help by solving what he perceives as her issue. However, when she doesn't respond positively, it becomes confusing. He feels his efforts to help are being rejected. What he doesn't realize is that on Venus, the act of sharing isn't necessarily an invitation to fix anything. 2. Life on Venus. The Home Improvement Committee on Venus. Life revolves around values such as love, communication, beauty, and connection. Venusians define themselves through their relationships and the quality of their interactions. Unlike Martians, Their self-worth is bound to their feelings and how they relate to others. For a Venusian, expressing and receiving love is paramount. The Venusian's world reflects these priorities in many ways. Venusians are known for changing outfits according to their moods, expressing individuality and emotions rather than competence. They communicate openly, viewing conversations as a vital part of life. The Venusian's world is brimming with spaces for connection, like parks, cafes, and gathering places, where they focus on nurturing relationships and supporting one another. In stark contrast to the Martian desire for autonomy, Venusians pride themselves on anticipating the needs of others and offering help without being asked. Helping isn't seen as intrusive, but as a mark of affection. On Venus, advice is freely given, and constructive criticism is viewed as a caring gesture. However, for Martians, this advice-giving tendency can feel controlling. For instance, if a woman sees a man struggling, she might offer her input, viewing it as a supportive gesture. But to him, it feels as though she's questioning his ability. It may seem like a small thing to her, but to him, it's a suggestion that he's broken and needs fixing. 3. Give up giving advice without understanding these intrinsic differences. Men and women can unintentionally offend one another. Consider the story of Tom and Mary, who were heading to a party one evening. After driving around for 20 minutes and circling the same block a few times, Mary noticed they were lost. Trying to help, she gently suggested that Tom call for directions. Tom, however, fell silent, clearly offended. Though they eventually arrived at their destination, the tension remained for the rest of the evening. Mary, in suggesting that Tom call for help, felt she was showing care. But Tom interpreted it as a judgment, as though she doubted his ability. For Martians, unsolicited advice is perceived as a lack of trust in their competence. To honor another Martian, the rule is to let him solve his problem independently unless he asks for help. When Mary learned about these Martian-Venusian differences, she realized that not offering advice would have been a meaningful gift to Tom, akin to receiving a bouquet of flowers or a heartfelt note. The next time they were lost, Mary simply took a deep breath, relaxed, and trusted Tom's ability to navigate. Tom appreciated her silent support immensely. 4. Learning to listen, just as women need to restrain their urge to offer advice. Men must recognize that when a woman shares her problems, it's often an invitation for empathy, not a solution. Men can improve their relationships by listening without immediately shifting into solution mode. Imagine Mary coming home after a challenging day saying, "There's so much to do, I have no time for myself." Tom, trying to be helpful, responds, "You should quit that job. Find something you enjoy." But Mary continues, "I like my job, but they expect me to change everything at a moment's notice." Tom counters with another solution. Don't listen to them. Just do what you can do. The conversation quickly becomes frustrating, with Tom unable to understand why Mary isn't pleased. Eventually, she exclaims, "Can't you just listen to me?" Tom is baffled. After all, he thought he was being helpful. But on Venus, empathy, not advice, is the answer. With time, he learns to respond differently. Now, when Mary says, "There's so much to do, I have no time for myself," Tom pauses, breathes, and replies, "Sounds like you had a tough day." This simple act of listening makes Mary feel heard and loved. 5. Common mistakes in relationships. The two most frequent mistakes are: 1. Men try to change a woman's feelings by offering solutions. 2. Women try to change a man's behavior by giving unsolicited advice. 6. Examples of invalidating responses from men to illustrate common mistakes. Here are 23 examples of things men often say that can feel invalidating to women. "You shouldn't worry so much. It's not a big deal. You shouldn't feel hurt. That's not what I meant. Why don't you just do it? You worry too much. That's why you're so unhappy. You shouldn't feel that way. That's not what happened. You're just overreacting. These responses unintentionally invalidate her feelings, leading to frustration rather than closeness. 7. Examples of unsolicited advice from women likewise. Here are 23 examples of things women might say that men interpret as criticism. Your hair is getting kind of long, isn't it? There's a parking spot over there. Turn around. You should take a day off. Don't put that there. It'll get lost. You should spend more time with the kids. You forgot to bring it home again. Maybe put it somewhere you won't forget. These comments, meant to be helpful, can unintentionally make a man feel criticized. 8. Practicing new skills for the next week. Try the following. If you're a woman, practice listening without giving unsolicited advice. Notice how men become more open and attentive. If you're a man, listen without immediately offering solutions. Watch how the simple act of understanding transforms the connection. By recognizing these natural tendencies, men and women can create a balanced dynamic, honoring each other's needs while building a relationship based on mutual respect, understanding, and love. Chapter 3. Men go to their cave, and women talk. One of the most distinct and defining differences between men and women emerges when they are under stress. Imagine Tom and Mary. After a long, grueling day, they both return home, seeking ways to unwind. For Tom, the solution is simple and silent. He picks up the newspaper, sits down, and dives into reading. But for Mary, relaxation means talking. She wants to share the day's stresses, discuss her feelings, and connect over her experiences. While Tom feels comforted by quiet solitude, Mary finds relief in communication. Tom feels ignored, and Mary feels neglected, gradually letting these small misunderstandings simmer into resentment. For them, as for so many couples, stress recovery methods couldn't be more different. For Martians, handling stress has always meant retreating, entering the privacy of their mental cave to concentrate on their problems alone. This doesn't mean a Martian doesn't care about his friends or family, but for him, offering his problems to someone else feels unnecessary, even like a burden. Solving issues independently is his way of restoring balance. In the cave, a Martian will fixate on his most pressing concern, shutting out everything else. He is so absorbed in finding a solution that all other matters fall aside. For a Venusian, this is puzzling and frustrating. How can he focus on one problem and tune out everything else? The answer lies in a Martian's core belief in autonomy, a reliance on his own abilities to bring himself back to calm. On Venus, this approach would be baffling. Venusians, when distressed, seek each other out to talk, exchanging their troubles openly and candidly. Their conversations are an outpouring of feelings that allows them to process and understand their emotions together. In Venusian culture, openly sharing problems isn't a burden but a sign of trust. Venusians don't feel pressured to look untroubled or entirely self-sufficient. Rather, they value loving support and emotional connection. For them, the solution is connection itself, the relief found in being understood. Life in the Martian cave for Martians, being in the cave, isn't simply a metaphor. It's an essential sanctuary for emotional survival. When a Martian has a difficult problem at hand, he finds relief by secluding himself in thought. He becomes intensely focused, narrowing his attention down to that one issue. He may become distant, forgetful, or unresponsive, barely present at home. Tom, for instance, might sit in his chair, his mind entirely absorbed in work-related stress, with only a sliver of his attention remaining for Mary and his family. As his mind becomes entrenched in the problem, Tom can seem worlds away, unaware of Mary's presence or needs. For a Martian, this withdrawal isn't about dismissing his loved ones. It's his attempt to cope. When a solution to his problem dawns on him, he emerges, re-engaging with others, his attention restored. But if he remains stumped, he'll distract himself with small activities, watching sports, reading, or even driving around. These distractions are small enough to occupy only a bit of his mind, letting him gradually unwind from his worries and reset. Jim, for instance, finds solace in the newspaper. The distant problems of the world pull him away from his personal concerns, helping him transition back to family life. Meanwhile, Tom, another Martian, finds his release by watching football. Each play, each goal, each victory gives him a sense of achievement by proxy, helping him let go of his stresses. When his team loses, he empathizes with the loss, easing his own tension. Win or lose, the game gives him relief from the burden of his own troubles. How Venusians feel about the cave for Venusians. Witnessing a Martian retreat to his cave can feel like abandonment. They expect that when someone is upset, the response should be to open up and share. When Tom is engrossed in the newspaper or the game, Mary sees his silence as indifference or avoidance. If he'd only talk, she believes, she could understand and comfort him. But the very idea of discussing his problems in depth is overwhelming to Tom. He copes differently. Mary often finds herself hurt when Tom withdraws, expecting his love to mean immediate engagement, especially when she's feeling vulnerable. From her perspective, she might wonder how he could be so self-centered. She sees his withdrawal as neglect. But by remembering that Martians have different stress relief methods, she can realize Tom's behavior doesn't signal a lack of love. Martians, in turn, rarely realize just how distant they become in their caves. Their awareness of their surroundings fades as they turn inward. They assume their withdrawal is understood. Yet, without realizing it, a Martian can miss the depth of emotion his partner feels in response to his absence. 5 common misunderstandings between Martians and Venusians. 1. You don't listen. When Mary says this, Tom hears an accusation, though he might be able to repeat her words back. In his mind, listening with just 5% focus is still listening. However, Mary desires his full attention, not just a divided part. 2. I feel like you're not even here. Mary's comment implies an emotional presence, not just physical presence. But Tom, sitting right in front of her, might defensively say, Of course I'm here. Don't you see me? 3. You don't care about me. Tom may respond by explaining his stress, expecting this explanation will reassure her. But her statement is not a request for his reasons. She's simply expressing the need to feel his care in the moment. 4. I feel like I'm not important to you. Tom's response might be to brush this off as ridiculous. But her feeling of unimportance is valid in that moment, and dismissing it only intensifies the distance between them. 5. You're just in your head. No feelings to Tom. His headspace is how he solves issues. He doesn't understand how she could see this as a lack of feeling. For him, thinking is practical. For her, it's a sign of emotional disconnection. Talking. Venusian relief for Venusians. Relief comes not through internalizing, but externalizing, talking about their concerns, big or small. Stress pushes a woman into talking mode, expanding her focus to include all the day's issues. Her release lies in sharing, not solving. To Mary, Tom's day might sound jumbled and irrational, each detail spilling over with a life of its own. But this emotional inventory is how Mary unpacks her day, examining each issue, big or small. Without realizing it, Tom can complicate matters by interpreting each of her problems as something he should solve. While she sees conversation as a journey through her feelings, he's on a mission to arrive at solutions. If he's able to hold back his instinct to fix things, he'll see Mary unwind as she moves from topic to topic, releasing her stress. But he becomes anxious when he's unable to decipher the logic behind each problem, overlooking that her purpose is simply to express herself. For Tom, it can be confusing why Mary would want to discuss matters beyond his control. Why would she tell him about a dry season or a sick aunt if there's nothing he can do? What he doesn't see is that Mary's talk therapy is her path to clarity. Even if a solution is out of reach, simply sharing brings her comfort, How the Martians and Venusians found peace. The Martians and Venusians eventually learned how to embrace their differences. Martians found that listening to a Venusian talk about her day, her stresses, her worries, was not about blame. The Venusians, meanwhile, learned to be patient when a Martian needed solitude. They saw that letting him enter his cave, or even watching him seek relief in small distractions, was his way of returning to balance. His distance didn't signify a lack of love, and as he allowed her the space to speak, he watched her stress dissolve, often replaced with a warmth and appreciation that brought them closer together. For Martians, there was a surprising realization. Listening, even if they didn't solve anything, could actually help them come out of their caves, just as watching sports or reading the paper did. And Venusians, who once felt hurt by a Martian's silence, discovered that love could be just as enduring, even when expressed through quiet presence. With this understanding, they thrived, not by changing each other, but by supporting each other through the ways they each knew best. Chapter 4. How to motivate the opposite sex centuries before they ever met. The Martians and Venusians thrived in separate worlds, living their lives happily within their own routines. But one day, unexpectedly, a shift occurred. Both planets were struck with a deep, unshakable depression. Life had lost its color, its joy, its meaning. On Mars, the depression drove every Martian into seclusion, back into their caves, where they remained, shut away from their world. There seemed to be no way out of the gloom, no relief, until one day, everything changed. A Martian looking through his telescope happened upon a sight he could barely believe. He saw something far more captivating than anything he'd ever imagined: the Venusians. Their beauty radiated. Their presence seemed gentle and graceful, drawing him in with a warmth he'd never known. He quickly shared his discovery with the other Martians, and one by one they, too, saw this wondrous vision through his telescope. In a flash, their depression began to dissolve. The Martians felt an immediate sense of purpose. They felt needed. The realization sparked a new drive within them, compelling them to build a fleet of spaceships to make their journey to Venus. While on Venus, the women had a similar experience. They were overcome with despair, gathering together in circles to share their problems and talk openly in hopes of easing the sadness. But still, relief eluded them. They sat in silence, their emotions heavy, their spirits weighed down. But in a sudden, mysterious vision, they sensed the Martian strength and knew they would come to Venus. Intuitively, they understood that these powerful, resilient beings would arrive to love and support them, to cherish them deeply. The Venusians felt an immense relief wash over them, as if their very existence was being seen and valued. This vision filled their hearts, and they began eagerly preparing for the Martians' arrival. In that pivotal moment, both planets learned a powerful truth. Men are motivated and empowered when they feel needed, while women thrive and are uplifted when they feel cherished. These lessons, which saved the Martians and Venusians from despair, are timeless. Understanding how differently men and women are motivated can reveal a path forward in relationships today, allowing each partner to support the other when they need it most. When a man loves a woman for a Martian, falling in love was like a lightning strike. In the middle of his depression, while scanning the skies through his telescope, the first Martian saw the Venusians. It was as if his entire being had ignited, lighting him up from within. From that one glimpse, he was forever changed. He began to feel, for the first time, a profound care for someone other than himself, giving his life new meaning. Until that moment, the Martians' lives had been directed by a win-lose mentality. Each Martian sought to win without considering if others lost. For ages, this approach was acceptable as long as each Martian took care of his own needs. But now, seeing the Venusians' beauty and gentleness, they felt inspired by a new philosophy, a desire for both sides to win. Competition, though important, became secondary. They longed not only for their own success, but also for the happiness of the Venusians. After the first Martian fell in love, he wanted to share his experience. He began producing telescopes so that all Martians could see the Venusians for themselves. The entire Martian race awakened to a love that resonated beyond their individual selves. They recognized how different the Venusians were from them, their softness, their warmth, their inviting energy. It was as if Venus itself were calling out, "We need you. Your power and strength could fill a void deep within us. Together, we could create joy beyond measure." This invitation moved the Martians deeply, infusing them with a sense of motivation and purpose unlike anything they had ever felt. In the early stages of a relationship, many women naturally express this message in subtle ways, perhaps through a look or a gesture that implies, "You could be the one to make me happy." These small moments encourage a man to overcome his doubts and fears, drawing him closer. Unfortunately, as time passes and the pressures of life build, women may forget how important this message remains for men. Without it, he may lose that initial spark of motivation. The Martians were invigorated by the idea that they could bring fulfillment to Venus. They began to move away from their desire for self-achievement and toward something more meaningful, using their strength and skills to serve others. A new vision was born, one based on a win-win approach, where everyone could thrive through mutual support and selflessness. Love motivates Martians. The Martians channeled all their energy into building the spaceships that would carry them to Venus. In that state of love, they felt fully alive, inspired to give their best. The sight of the Venusians had unlocked something powerful in them, a desire to serve, to love selflessly, and to care without restraint. This transformation mirrored what happens in a man's heart when he is in love. When his heart opens, he's motivated to become his best self. He's driven to face challenges, to make sacrifices, all to bring joy to the one he loves. It's only when he feels he can't succeed in this endeavor that he may retreat, reverting to his old ways. But when he is motivated by love, he begins to experience his partner's happiness as his own. This higher purpose infuses his life with a new resilience, making every struggle easier to bear. Men are often unaware of just how fulfilling it can be to give freely and selflessly, especially in relationships. Unfortunately, many men grow up without positive role models to show them that fulfillment can come through giving. Instead, they see relationships fail, feeling the effects of this emptiness when their own love life stagnates. Often, they withdraw into their caves, unsure of why they feel so empty and lost. Unbeknownst to them, this lack of motivation is rooted in not feeling needed. For a man, not feeling needed is a slow but certain form of loss. When he doesn't believe he is making a positive difference, his drive and passion wither. However, when he knows he is appreciated and trusted to give his best, he flourishes. When a woman loves a man, just as the first Martian had gazed upon Venus, the first Venusian looked to the stars, hoping for a sign. In her vision, she saw a fleet of spaceships arriving, carrying strong, loving Martians who wanted nothing more than to care for and cherish the Venusians. In that moment, she knew her life would never be the same. In their vision, the Venusians understood that the Martians came not out of neediness, but out of a genuine desire to serve. They were drawn to Venus to give their strength and commitment. The Venusians felt liberated by the thought of no longer having to bear everything alone. They were excited and filled with joy, knowing that help was on the way. This revelation brought them out of their depression, giving them a sense of hope and unity. Many men don't fully grasp how vital it is for a woman to feel emotionally supported by someone who genuinely cares. When a woman is overwhelmed, exhausted, or simply feeling low, What she needs most isn't solutions or solitude, but companionship. She needs to feel she's not alone. Men, guided by Martian instincts, often don't realize this. They assume that if she needs help, she'll want to be left alone, or if they do stay, they try to offer solutions, which only frustrates her more. What she truly needs, however, is someone willing to simply listen. As she shares her feelings, a woman begins to remember her worth and trust in love. This process allows her to relax and let go of the compulsion to give without receiving in return. When she feels supported and heard, she finds relief, knowing that she doesn't have to earn love she is already deserving. Too much giving is tiring. The Venusians, after centuries of constant nurturing, had reached their limit. They were weary of the endless responsibility and giving. Their lives were built around self-sacrifice, a lose-win philosophy of, I lose so you can win. But after years of living this way, they were ready for something different. They wanted to enjoy life, to focus on themselves, and to receive support without always feeling like they had to give first. In many ways, women today find themselves in a similar position. They are overextended, exhausted from meeting everyone else's needs, and yearning for a moment to focus on their own. For them, a supportive partner who doesn't require caretaking can be a blessing. The Martians represented this new possibility, a chance for the Venusians to find balance. Giving up blame. When a woman realizes she's been giving too much, it's natural for her to feel a sense of injustice, to place blame on her partner, though she deserves more. Resolving the situation requires her to take responsibility for her own contributions. Blaming a partner for giving too little only increases resentment. Instead, compassion, understanding, and support can lead to mutual healing. Setting and respecting limits. Women often find it challenging to set boundaries. When Susan, a 41-year-old, came to counseling with her husband, Jim, she was on the verge of divorce. Over 12 years, she had given everything, while Jim had contributed little in her eyes. Over time, however, by talking and expressing her feelings, Susan found healing. She learned to set boundaries, and Jim learned to respect them. Through 3 essential steps, motivation, responsibility, and practice, they rebuilt their marriage, each understanding how to both give and receive in balance. Learning to receive. For many women, receiving support can be deeply uncomfortable, stirring fears of abandonment or judgment. A woman may push away the very support she craves, fearing that she doesn't deserve it. Yet the Venusians found that by seeing others as worthy, they came to see themselves as worthy too. When the Venusian is ready, the Martian will appear. When a woman feels ready to receive, a man often awakens to give. The more she believes in her worth, the more he wants to meet her needs. Both partners begin to change, and the relationship blossoms. Learning to give. For a man, giving can feel risky. His deepest fear is not being enough or not doing things well. By proving his worth, he seeks to overcome this insecurity. But as he learns to give, he realizes that his worth has always been there, and that failure is part of growth. The Martians learned this with the arrival of the Venusians, finding meaning and purpose through giving. With these transformations, the Martians and Venusians came to understand the power of both giving and receiving. Their journey was no longer about self-sufficiency, but about the shared joy of love and support, motivating each other to become their best selves. Chapter 5. Speaking different languages. When Martians and Venusians first came together, they encountered many of the same relationship challenges we face today. Recognizing their differences, they learned to solve these challenges through effective communication. Interestingly, they communicated well because they spoke different languages, understanding that with each misunderstanding, there was a way to clarify and connect. The Martians and Venusians relied on translators, knowing that they each spoke languages that, while similar, carried distinct meanings in context. This awareness allowed them to avoid unnecessary judgment or conflict. When there was a misunderstanding, they simply referred to their dictionaries or consulted a translator. This mutual understanding fostered a trust and acceptance that's often missing in modern relationships. Expressing feelings versus information. Men and women today still need translators. Often, the same words have different meanings depending on who is speaking. For example, when a woman says, "I feel like you never listen," she doesn't expect the word never to be taken literally. It's an expression of her frustration, not a factual accusation. Women use poetic language with superlatives, metaphors, and generalizations to fully express their emotions, while men, who communicate more literally, often misunderstand these expressions. Let's look at 10 common phrases women use, how men often misinterpret them, and how this miscommunication can lead to arguments. 1. We never go out. Oh, women's meaning. I feel like we haven't gone out recently. I'd love to spend time together. Oh, men's response. That's not true. We went out last week. 2. Everyone ignores me. Oh, women's meaning. I feel invisible right now and could use some attention. Oh, men's response. I'm sure some people notice you. 3. I am so tired I can't do anything. Oh, women's meaning. I need a break and some support right now. Oh, men's response. That's ridiculous. You're not helpless. This pattern repeats with common expressions like, I want to forget everything. The house is always a mess. No one listens to me. And others. Women are looking for empathy and understanding, but men, interpreting these statements literally, respond in ways that seem dismissive or invalidating. The root issue in many relationships is that a woman may feel unheard, while a man may feel wrongly accused. The Venusian-Martian phrase dictionary to help with these communication challenges. The Martians and Venusians created a phrase dictionary. Here's a sample of how women's phrases are interpreted and the hidden requests they contain. We never go out. Translated, this means, I feel like going out and having a special time together. Would you take me out to dinner? Without this understanding, a man might hear, you don't care about me and never make an effort, and respond defensively. Everyone ignores me. Here, she might mean, today, I feel unimportant and could use some reassurance. What a man hears, however, is you're not paying attention to me, and it's your fault I feel this way. When a woman says, I am so tired, I can't do anything, she might be saying, I need a break and some appreciation. But to a man, it sounds like criticism, as if he isn't doing enough to help. If he understood the intention behind her words, he could respond with empathy, offering her the reassurance she seeks. When Martians don't talk, a big challenge arises when men respond to stress by becoming silent, a behavior unfamiliar to Venusians. On Venus, people communicated their thoughts aloud, discovering their feelings through conversation. Men, however, often think and process quietly, retreating to their caves to work through problems. This introspective time is essential for men, but without understanding, a woman may perceive his silence as rejection or indifference. Understanding that a man's silence often means he's processing internally can help avoid conflict. Instead of assuming the worst, a woman might recognize his need for space and trust that he will return when ready. Likewise, men can reassure their partners by simply saying, I'll be back, easing any concerns of abandonment. Understanding the cave is a metaphor for the mental retreat men often take when dealing with stress. When a man goes silent, he's seeking solitude to work things out, not necessarily avoiding or disregarding his partner. For a woman accustomed to offering support, it may feel unnatural to leave him alone. She may want to engage, listen, and comfort, yet these efforts can push him further away as he feels his problem-solving process is interrupted. Women need to understand that men often withdraw because they need space, not because they lack affection or trust. And men need to appreciate that when they retreat into their cave, a simple reassurance can help a woman feel connected and supported during this time. How to support a man in his cave. There are several ways a woman can support a man when he's in his cave. 1. Avoid disapproving of his need to withdraw. 2. Refrain from trying to solve his problem. 3. Don't pressure him by asking about his feelings. 4. Focus on doing something enjoyable for herself. By understanding these boundaries, both partners can communicate effectively, creating a supportive environment where each can thrive. A success story, John's wife, Bonnie, illustrated this perfectly on one occasion. When he forgot his passport, Bonnie didn't reprimand him. Instead, she laughed and calmly helped him find a solution. Her support reassured him, allowing him to handle the situation without feeling blamed. Making little changes, small adjustments in language and approach can make a world of difference in a relationship. For instance, when Julie asked why her stepfather, John, always said, "No problem," instead of "I'd be happy to," it highlighted the difference a few words could make in expressing love and support. Small changes, such as reassuring a partner of one's return from the cave, can prevent misunderstandings without altering one's nature. How to communicate support to a Venusian women need to hear that they are valued and cherished, even when men don't intend to communicate otherwise. When men give reassurance, especially during times when they need space, it helps women understand their intentions and builds a stronger connection. For instance, a simple "I'll be back" provides comfort and prevents feelings of abandonment. Sharing responsibility, good communication, requires both partners to understand each other's needs. Men can remind themselves that a woman's complaints aren't necessarily criticisms and that sometimes she just needs to vent. Women, on the other hand, can show appreciation, offering gratitude for his efforts and the listening ear he provides. For example, if a woman feels they don't spend enough time together, she might acknowledge the hard work he does for the family. This simple show of gratitude reassures him, helping him to feel appreciated, and makes it easier for him to listen. The 4 magic words of support, the 4 magic words for a man to remember are, "It's not your fault." When a woman expresses her frustrations, reassuring her partner that it isn't a blame game can make a huge difference. For example, she could say, "Thank you for listening. I know it's not your fault, but it feels so good to share this." When blame creeps in, blaming can easily disrupt even the best intentions in communication. If a woman is upset, she might take a moment to vent her feelings to a friend or journal them before approaching her partner, allowing her to be more loving and centered in her approach. Likewise, men can avoid feeling defensive by remembering that her frustrations are simply part of how she expresses herself. The art of listening is an art, and it's one that both partners can practice to improve communication. Even small efforts like saying "aha" or "I understand" can help a woman feel heard and appreciated. For men, it helps to remember that they're not solely responsible for their partner's feelings. Sometimes she just needs an empathetic ear. Relationships flourish when both partners embrace each other's differences, practicing patience and understanding. It's the small efforts, the simple words of reassurance, and the art of listening that make relationships strong. Through compassion, patience, and the willingness to understand, both Martians and Venusians can enjoy fulfilling, loving partnerships. Chapter 6. Men are like rubber bands. Men are like rubber bands. When they pull away, they can stretch only so far before they naturally come springing back. This simple image of a rubber band perfectly captures the male intimacy cycle. It involves drawing close, pulling away, and then coming close again. Many women find it surprising that men feel an instinctive need to pull away, even in relationships filled with love and trust. When a man loves a woman, periodically he needs to feel some space and distance before he can truly be close. This urge is not a conscious decision, nor does it mean he cares any less. It just happens as if by nature, in a cycle of closeness followed by a need for autonomy. Understanding this natural rhythm of intimacy can be confusing for women, who generally pull back for different reasons. When a woman distances herself, It's often because she feels a lack of trust has been hurt or fears being hurt again. While a man may sometimes pull away for similar reasons, he also does so when everything is going perfectly well. Like the rubber band, he will stretch away and then come back all on his own. A man pulls away to feel his independence. And when he reaches his limit, he'll spring back with renewed motivation, ready to receive and give love. Unlike a woman, he doesn't feel the need for a period of reacquaintance before picking up right where he left off. What every woman should know about men, if understood, this male intimacy cycle can enhance a relationship. If misunderstood, it can easily create doubt and anxiety. To illustrate, let's consider the story of Maggie and Jeff. Maggie and Jeff had been dating for 6 months, and everything seemed wonderful. They shared romance and deep connection. But out of nowhere, Jeff began to emotionally distance himself. Maggie was left feeling confused and anxious, wondering why he suddenly felt so distant. As Maggie tried to regain their closeness, Jeff only seemed to pull further away. She started to think she'd done something wrong, questioning her worth and blaming herself for his withdrawal. Yet after learning about the male intimacy cycle in one of my seminars, Maggie's confusion disappeared. She finally realized that Jeff's distancing was not her fault. It wasn't something she caused, but rather part of a natural rhythm in men. Over time, Maggie learned to give Jeff the space he needed without running after him or blaming herself. She discovered that the more she allowed him to pull away, the sooner he would spring back, full of energy and affection. Jeff, who had initially felt confused by his own cycles, also began to understand his need to periodically pull away and appreciated that Maggie wasn't taking it personally. Months later, Jeff thanked me for what Maggie had learned. They were engaged to be married, and both were now secure in their love and the natural intimacy cycles that brought them closer each time. How a man is suddenly transformed if a man doesn't have the opportunity to pull away, he'll never feel the full force of his desire to return. Insisting on continuous intimacy or running after a man only keeps him from feeling his natural longing to be close. In this way, a woman can unknowingly obstruct the very cycle that strengthens a relationship. Imagine holding a rubber band and stretching it out as far as it can go. Once it reaches its limit, it will naturally spring back with force and momentum. In the same way, when a man has reached his limit, he begins to feel the urge to return to his partner, feeling renewed affection and intimacy. This instinctive cycle can be confusing for women, as in their experience, intimacy requires a period of reacquaintance. If a woman doesn't understand that men are different in this way, she may doubt his sincerity when he suddenly springs back. For his part, a man may not understand why she needs time to reconnect, as he is ready to pick up right where they left off. Without understanding this difference, he may feel impatient, while she may feel skeptical of his sudden warmth. Why men pull away after a period of intimacy? Men feel the need to recharge by seeking some independence. This need to alternate between intimacy and autonomy is an instinctive rhythm. Consider Jeff's relationship with Maggie. In the beginning, he was strong and attentive, completely engrossed in their connection. His desire to impress her was powerful. But over time, once intimacy was achieved, a shift occurred. Like a rubber band that has reached its maximum stretch, Jeff felt a natural urge to pull back and regain his independence. Although Maggie had done nothing wrong, her reaction was typical. She feared that Jeff's withdrawal meant something was wrong. She thought she had turned him off, and the more she tried to reconnect, the further away he felt. She assumed he needed her to re-establish their closeness, unaware that his need to pull away was simply part of his cycle. Why women panic when a man pulls away? A woman often panics and thinks she's lost his affection. She fears she may have done something wrong, which only adds to her distress. The more she attempts to draw him close, the more he distances himself. If Maggie had not learned about the male intimacy cycle, she might have doubted Jeff's love for her. And if Jeff hadn't had the space to pull away, he might never have felt the desire to reconnect. By understanding and accepting this cycle, Maggie and Jeff's relationship grew stronger, with both feeling secure and respected. How women misinterpret men without this understanding. A woman may misinterpret a man's need for space as disinterest or rejection. For example, she might say, "Let's talk," only to have him distance himself emotionally. This response can lead her to assume that he doesn't care about their relationship, when in reality, he simply needs a little time to be with himself. To a man, moments of intimacy can feel overwhelming if they lack balance. When he returns from this necessary withdrawal, he's fully available to connect. Women need to understand that it's not that men don't want intimacy, they simply need to manage the intensity to maintain their individuality. Why men pull away when women get close. A man's need for autonomy may be triggered precisely when a woman desires closeness. This happens for a few reasons. 1. A woman may instinctively sense when he's about to pull away and try to bridge the distance by saying, "Let's talk." This pursuit makes him want to pull away even more. 2. When a woman shares deep emotions, it can trigger a man's need for space. He may feel the desire to pull away precisely when she opens up, only to want intimacy later when he's ready. When to talk with a man when a man is in the pull-away phase, it's not the best time to initiate a deep conversation. If he's given space, he'll eventually return, ready to talk and reconnect. Ironically, many women hold back from initiating conversations at this ideal time for various reasons, fearing rejection or misinterpreting his previous distance as disinterest. How to get a man to talk when a woman wants to connect? The best approach is to begin sharing her thoughts without expecting him to start. As he listens, he'll gradually open up and contribute. For men, talking often needs a purpose, but once a woman shares her experience, he will naturally relate and start to share his own. How women pressure men to talk. One common mistake is assuming a man should feel the need to talk as much as a woman does. Women may unintentionally turn men off by asking a string of questions or implying that his silence is a problem. In reality, men are often quite willing to listen, but they need to feel accepted for who they are and not be pressured into talking. When a man won't talk sometimes, men have been in long relationships without opening up fully. Sandra, for instance, believed her husband Larry was cold and heartless because he wouldn't share his feelings. In time, she learned that by sharing her own feelings without demanding he reciprocate, she created a space for him to eventually open up. When a man doesn't pull away, a man who doesn't allow himself to pull away may experience moodiness, irritability, or passivity. In Jim and Lisa's marriage, they spent all their time together, leaving Jim without a chance to recharge. Once Jim began taking time for himself, he regained his motivation, and they found new joy in being together. Obstructing the intimacy cycle. Women can unknowingly disrupt the male intimacy cycle by either chasing after a man when he pulls away or punishing him when he returns. Common chasing behaviors include following him physically, emotionally worrying about him, or mentally pressuring him. On the other hand, punishing behaviors include withholding affection or refusing to talk when he comes back. How a man's past may affect his intimacy cycle. Some men may resist pulling away due to past experiences of feeling abandoned or rejected. Conversely, others may find it hard to get close, fearing they're unworthy of love. Both types miss out on the positive effects of the intimacy cycle and need to learn to trust their natural rhythm. Wise men and women understanding these cycles helps men appreciate the importance of listening and knowing when to pull away without guilt. When a man understands his cycle, he can reassure his partner that he will return, strengthening their bond and creating a space where both feel secure. Women, in turn, can learn to initiate conversations without pressuring men to share equally, and can feel secure knowing that their partner will come back when the time is right. Through mutual understanding and acceptance, Men and women can navigate these cycles with grace, respecting each other's needs for both intimacy and independence. Chapter 7. Women are like waves, a woman is like a wave. Her self-esteem, mood, and emotional energy move in cycles, rising and falling like waves in the ocean. When she feels loved and supported, her self-esteem rises and swells, bringing her to a peak where she has plenty of love to give. But inevitably, her wave will crest, and suddenly her mood may change as her wave crashes down. This crash is temporary, though, and soon after she reaches the bottom, she will start to feel better. Her mood will rise, and she'll again feel love and positivity in her relationships. When a woman's wave rises, she feels abundant, capable of giving and receiving love freely. However, as her wave begins to fall, she may experience inner emptiness or a need for more love and reassurance. During these times, she is doing what can be described as emotional housecleaning. If she's been suppressing negative feelings or denying her needs while on the upswing, those buried emotions may surface on the downswing as she becomes more aware of unmet needs. This period, although challenging, is essential. It's a time when she especially needs to feel heard, understood, and supported. Bonnie, my wife, has often described this experience of going down as a trip into a dark well. She explains that it's like consciously sinking into her subconscious, a space filled with diffused and sometimes overwhelming emotions. In this state, she may encounter various feelings: loneliness, despair, vulnerability, even hopelessness. Yet, as soon as she reaches the bottom, if she feels loved and supported, her wave naturally begins to rise again. The same woman who may have seemed moody or upset will suddenly feel and radiate love once more. A woman's self-esteem rises and falls in waves. When she reaches the bottom, it's a signal for emotional cleansing. Her capacity to give and receive love, her willingness to appreciate and connect with her partner, depends largely on her sense of self-worth. When she's feeling positive about herself, her love flows outward effortlessly. But during her down times, she may be more emotionally reactive, needing her partner's understanding rather than demands for explanations or solutions. How men react to the wave when a man loves a woman, her happiness and sense of fulfillment bring him great joy. In her good moments, she shines with love, and he might assume that this feeling will last forever. Many men make this mistake, expecting her loving nature to stay constant, like sunshine without clouds. Yet relationships, like nature, have their rhythms and cycles. Just as there's day and night, summer and winter, men and women experience cycles of emotional closeness and distance. Men have their rubber band tendency, where they pull back before returning, while women have their wave cycle of rising and falling self-esteem. In relationships, a man assumes that his partner's shift in mood must be due to something he did or didn't do. When she's happy, he feels proud, taking it as a sign that he's being a good partner. But when she's upset or withdrawn, he often feels responsible and becomes frustrated, confused about how to make things right. He may think, just yesterday she seemed so happy and now she's upset. What did I do wrong? For example, Bill and Mary, who had been married for 6 years, experienced this pattern. Bill noticed that Mary seemed to go through cycles, but he didn't understand why. He tried to fix her mood swings, which only worsened things. He'd say, "Mary, there's nothing to be upset about. Everything is going well," or he'd give logical reasons for why she shouldn't feel so down. But rather than helping, his fixing only made Mary feel more misunderstood and distressed. What Bill didn't realize was that when Mary's wave began to fall, she needed his love and empathy, not solutions or explanations. She didn't need him to pull her back up, but rather to be there with her while she was down. Instead of trying to rescue her, he needed to provide unconditional support, which would have allowed her to feel validated and ultimately come back up on her own. When she started to feel overwhelmed, Bill's reaction was to counter her feelings with reasons why she shouldn't be upset. He would say things like, "Mary, you're doing great. You have no reason to be so stressed." But instead of helping, this approach made her feel more misunderstood. The last thing a woman needs when she's on her way down is for someone to tell her that she shouldn't feel the way she does. Instead, she needs a loving presence by her side, someone who's willing to listen without judgment. Even if a man doesn't fully understand why she feels overwhelmed, he can still show support by listening and acknowledging her emotions. How men are confused after Bill learned that women's emotions cycle like waves. He was determined to support Mary differently. The next time she started to feel down, he practiced listening without offering solutions or dismissing her feelings. He tried to be present with her as she talked through her emotions. But after about 20 minutes, he found himself getting frustrated because Mary didn't seem to be feeling any better. "I don't get it," Bill said to me later. "I listened and listened, but it didn't seem to help. In fact, she started getting even more upset. Finally, I told her she shouldn't be feeling worse, and then we got into an argument." What Bill didn't realize was that when a woman goes into her well, if she feels genuinely supported, she might not feel better immediately. In fact, she might feel worse before she starts to feel better. To truly come up, she first needs to hit bottom, and sometimes a man's support actually allows her to reach this emotional depth more fully. Bill's confusion came from expecting Mary to feel better immediately as a result of his listening. He hadn't understood that hitting bottom is an essential part of the cycle. If he stayed patient and allowed her the space to feel her emotions, she would eventually emerge from her well on her own, feeling closer to him than before. As he began to understand this concept, Bill was able to offer Mary his patience and understanding without expecting her mood to instantly improve. He realized that while supporting Mary, she might go deeper into her emotions before beginning to feel better, and that was part of the healing process. Recurring conversations and arguments when a woman comes out of her well, she generally returns to her loving self. This positive shift can be misleading for men, who often think that the issue bothering her is now permanently resolved. They're often surprised when similar issues resurface, mistakenly believing they had been resolved in the past. When a woman's wave crashes again, and she brings up familiar concerns, a man may feel impatient and frustrated. Without understanding this cyclical pattern, he may respond inappropriately by saying things like, "How many times do we have to go through this? I've heard this all before. When are you going to get over it?" For example, Tom, who attended one of my seminars, was surprised by his partner Susan's recurring need for reassurance. "When we started dating, Susan was so strong and independent," he shared. "But after a few months, she started needing constant reassurance. I reassured her once, but a month later, she was upset again and needed the same conversation. I couldn't understand why she didn't trust my love for her." Through our discussions, Tom came to understand that Susan's neediness wasn't a reflection of his failure, but part of a natural cycle. Her need for reassurance didn't mean she hadn't heard him the first time, but rather it was her way of processing deeper emotions. Each time her wave hit bottom, she could open up more and heal a bit further. As Tom became more patient and supportive during these times, he found that Susan was able to cycle through her emotions with less conflict. Instead of feeling pressured to fix her insecurities, he realized that just listening and being present was enough. Understanding neediness, a woman's wave pattern, often becomes more apparent in intimate relationships. When she feels truly safe, her wave will naturally rise and fall. If a woman doesn't feel the safety, she may work hard to hide her emotions, suppressing her natural cycles. For instance, women with unresolved emotions may become numb to both negative and positive feelings, cutting off their ability to feel love or passion. They might avoid emotional intimacy, hide their feelings, or develop unhealthy coping mechanisms, like overworking, overdrinking, or overeating. Over time, suppressed emotions tend to surface, often in explosive or uncontrolled ways. The story of Chris and Pam illustrates this challenge. When we were newly married, we were struggling financially, Chris explained, so I would listen and support her whenever she got upset. But now we're wealthy, and she still goes through these ups and downs. I thought money would make her happy, but we argue even more now. Chris didn't realize that while money might alleviate financial stress, it doesn't eliminate emotional needs. As Pam's life improved financially, she became more aware of her emotional needs, which she hadn't been able to express before. But because Chris felt that wealth should make her perpetually happy, he invalidated her feelings and added to her frustration. The importance of embracing feelings, if a woman is not allowed to experience her emotional ups and downs, her natural energy. Chapter 8. Discovering our different emotional needs. Men and women generally are unaware that they have different emotional needs. As a result, they do not instinctively know how to support each other. Men typically give in relationships what men want, while women give what women want. Each mistakenly assumes that the other has the same needs and desires. As a result, they both end up dissatisfied and resentful. Both men and women feel they give, but do not get back. They feel their love is unacknowledged and unappreciated. The truth is they are both giving love, but not in the desired manner. For example, a woman thinks she is being loving when she asks a lot of caring questions or expresses concern. As we have discussed before, this can be very annoying to a man. He may start to feel controlled and want space. She is confused because if she were offered this kind of support, she would be appreciative. Her efforts to be loving are at best ignored and at worst annoying. Similarly, men think they are being loving, but the way they express their love may make a woman feel invalidated and unsupported. For example, when a woman gets upset, he thinks he is loving and supporting her by making comments that minimize the importance of her problems. He may say, "Don't worry, it's not such a big deal." Or he may completely ignore her, assuming he is giving her a lot of space to cool off and go into her cave. What he thinks is support makes her feel minimized, unloved, and ignored. As we have already discussed, when a woman is upset, she needs to be heard and understood. Without this insight into different male and female needs, a man doesn't understand why his attempts to help fail. The 12 kinds of love, most of our complex emotional needs, can be summarized as the need for love. Men and women each have 6 unique love needs that are all equally important. Men primarily need trust, acceptance, appreciation, admiration, approval, and encouragement. Women primarily need caring, understanding, respect, devotion, validation, and reassurance. The enormous task of figuring out what our partner needs is simplified greatly through understanding these 12 different kinds of love. By reviewing this list, you can easily see why your partner may not feel loved. And most importantly, this list can give you direction to improve your relationships with the opposite sex when you don't know what else to do. The primary love needs of women and men here are the different kinds of love listed side by side. Women need to receive. 1. Caring. 2. Understanding. 3. Respect. 4. Devotion. 5. Validation. 6. Reassurance. Men need to receive. 1. Trust. 2. Acceptance. 3. Appreciation. 4. Admiration. 5. Approval. 6. Encouragement. Understanding your primary needs. Certainly, every man and woman ultimately needs all 12 kinds of love. To acknowledge the 6 kinds of love primarily needed by women does not imply that men do not need these kinds of love. Men also need caring, understanding, respect, devotion, validation, and reassurance. What is meant by primary need is that fulfilling a primary need is required before one is able to fully receive and appreciate the other kinds of love. A man becomes fully receptive to and appreciative of the 6 kinds of love primarily needed by women: caring, understanding, respect, devotion, validation, and reassurance, when his own primary needs are first fulfilled. Likewise, a woman needs trust, acceptance, appreciation, admiration, approval, and encouragement. But before she can truly value and appreciate these kinds of love, her primary needs first must be fulfilled. Understanding the primary kinds of love that your partner needs is a powerful secret for improving relationships on Earth. Remembering that men are from Mars will help you remember and accept that men have different primary love needs. It's easy for a woman to give what she needs and forget that her favorite Martian may need something else. Likewise, men tend to focus on their needs, losing track of the fact that the kind of love they need is not always appropriate for or supportive of their favorite Venusian. The most powerful and practical aspect of this new understanding of love is that these different kinds of love are reciprocal. For example, when a Martian expresses his caring and understanding, a Venusian automatically begins to reciprocate and return to him the trust and acceptance that he primarily needs. The same thing happens when a Venusian expresses her trust. A Martian will automatically begin to reciprocate with the caring she needs. In the following 6 sections, we will define the 12 kinds of love in practical terms and reveal their reciprocal nature. 1. She needs caring, and he needs trust. When a man shows interest in a woman's feelings and heartfelt concern for her well-being, she feels loved and cared for. When he makes her feel special in this caring way, he succeeds in fulfilling her first primary need. Naturally, she begins to trust him more. When she trusts, she becomes more open and receptive. When a woman's attitude is open and receptive toward a man, he feels trusted. To trust a man is to believe that he is doing his best and that he wants the best for his partner. When a woman's reactions reveal a positive belief in her man's abilities and intentions, his first primary love need is fulfilled. Automatically, he is more caring and attentive to her feelings and needs. 2. She needs understanding, and he needs acceptance. When a man listens without judgment, but with empathy and relatedness to a woman as she expresses her feelings, she feels heard and understood. An understanding attitude doesn't presume to already know a person's thoughts or feelings. Instead, it gathers meaning from what is heard and moves toward validating what is being communicated. The more a woman's need to be heard and understood is fulfilled, the easier it is for her to give her man the acceptance he needs. When a woman lovingly receives a man without trying to change him, he feels accepted. An accepting attitude does not reject, but affirms that he is being favorably received. It does not mean the woman believes he is perfect, but indicates that she is not trying to improve him, that she trusts him to make his own improvements. When a man feels accepted, it is much easier for him to listen and give her the understanding she needs and deserves. 3. She needs respect, and he needs appreciation. When a man responds to a woman in a way that acknowledges and prioritizes her rights, wishes, and needs, she feels respected. When his behavior takes into consideration her thoughts and feelings, she is sure to feel respected. Concrete and physical expressions of respect, like flowers and remembering anniversaries, are essential to fulfill a woman's third primary love need. When she feels respected, it is much easier for her to give her man the appreciation that he deserves. When a woman acknowledges having received personal benefit and value from a man's efforts and behavior, he feels appreciated. Appreciation is the natural reaction to being supported. When a man is appreciated, he knows his effort is not wasted and is thus encouraged to give more. When a man is appreciated, he is automatically empowered and motivated to respect his partner more. 4. She needs devotion, and he needs admiration. When a man gives priority to a woman's needs and proudly commits himself to supporting and fulfilling her, her fourth primary love need is fulfilled. A woman thrives when she feels adored and special. A man fulfills her need to be loved in this way when he makes her feelings and needs more important than his other interests, like work, study, and recreation. When a woman feels that she is number one in his life, she admires him. Just as a woman needs to feel a man's devotion, a man has a primary need to feel a woman's admiration. To admire a man is to regard him with wonder, delight, and pleased approval. A man feels admired when she is happily amazed by his unique characteristics or talents, which may include humor, strength, persistence, integrity, honesty, romance, kindness, love, understanding, and other so-called old-fashioned virtues. When a man feels admired, he feels secure enough to devote himself to his woman and adore her. 5. She needs validation, and he needs approval. When a man does not object to or argue with a woman's feelings and wants, but instead accepts and confirms their validity, a woman truly feels loved because her 5th primary need is fulfilled. A man's validating attitude confirms a woman's right to feel the way she does. When a man learns how to let a woman know that he has this validating attitude, he is assured of getting the approval that he primarily needs. Deep inside, every man wants to be his woman's hero or knight in shining armor. The signal that he has passed her tests is her approval. A woman's approving attitude acknowledges the goodness in a man and expresses overall satisfaction with him. An approving attitude recognizes or looks for the good reasons behind what he does. When he receives the approval he needs, it becomes easier for him to validate her feelings. 6. She needs reassurance, and he needs encouragement when a man repeatedly shows that he cares, understands, respects, validates, and is devoted to his partner. Her primary need to be reassured is fulfilled. A reassuring attitude tells a woman that she is continually loved. A man commonly makes the mistake of thinking that once he has met all of a woman's primary love needs, and she feels happy and secure, that she should know from then on that she is loved. Similarly, a man primarily needs to be encouraged by a woman. A woman's encouraging attitude gives hope and courage to a man by expressing confidence in his abilities and character. When a woman's attitude expresses trust, acceptance, appreciation, admiration, and approval, it encourages a man to be all that he can be. Feeling encouraged motivates him to give her the loving reassurance that she needs. The best comes out in a man when his 6 primary love needs are fulfilled. But when a woman doesn't know what he primarily needs and gives a caring love rather than a trusting love, she may unknowingly sabotage their relationship. This next story exemplifies this point. The knight in shining armor. Deep inside every man, there is a hero or a knight in shining armor. More than anything, he wants to succeed in serving and protecting the woman he loves. When he feels trusted, he is able to tap into this noble part of himself. He becomes more caring. When he doesn't feel trusted, he loses some of his aliveness and energy, and after a while, he can stop caring. Imagine a knight in shining armor traveling through the countryside. Suddenly, he hears a woman crying out in distress. In an instant, he comes alive. Urging his horse to a gallop, he races to her castle, where she is trapped by a dragon. The noble knight pulls out his sword and slays the dragon. As a result, he is lovingly received by the princess. As the gates open, he is welcomed and celebrated by the family of the princess and the townspeople. He is invited to live in the town and is acknowledged as a hero. He and the princess fall in love. A month later, the noble knight goes off on another trip. On his way back, he hears his beloved princess crying out for help. Another dragon has attacked the castle. When the knight arrives, he pulls out his sword to slay the dragon. Before he swings, the princess cries out from the tower, "Don't use your sword. Use this noose. It will work better." She throws him the noose and motions to him instructions about how to use it. He hesitantly follows her instructions. He wraps it around the dragon's neck and then pulls hard. The dragon dies and everyone rejoices. At the celebration dinner, the knight feels he didn't really do anything. Somehow, because he used her noose and didn't use his sword, he doesn't quite feel worthy of the town's trust and admiration. After the event, he is slightly depressed and forgets to shine his armor. A month later, he goes on yet another trip. As he leaves with his sword, the princess reminds him to be careful and tells him to take the noose. On his way home, he sees yet another dragon attacking the castle. This time, he rushes forward with his sword but hesitates, thinking maybe he should use the noose. In that moment of hesitation, the dragon breathes fire and burns his right arm. In confusion, he looks up and sees his princess waving from the castle window. "Use the poison," she yells. "The noose doesn't work." She throws him the poison, which he pours into the dragon's mouth, and the dragon dies. Everyone rejoices and celebrates, but the knight feels ashamed. A month later, he goes on another trip. As he leaves with his sword, the princess reminds him to be careful and to bring the noose and the poison. He is annoyed by her suggestions, but brings them just in case. This time, on his journey, he hears another woman in distress. As he rushes to her call, his depression is lifted, and he feels confident and alive. But as he draws his sword to slay the dragon, he again hesitates. He wonders, should I use my sword, the noose, or the poison? What would the princess say? For a moment he is confused. But then he remembers how he had felt before he knew the princess, back in the days when he only carried a sword. With a burst of renewed confidence, he throws off the noose and poison and charges the dragon with his trusted sword. He slays the dragon, and the townspeople rejoice. The knight in shining armor never returned to his princess. He stayed in this new village and lived happily ever after. He eventually married, but only after making sure his new partner knew nothing about nooses and poisons. Remembering that within every man is a knight in shining armor is a powerful metaphor to help you remember a man's primary needs. Although a man may appreciate caring and assistance sometimes, too much of it will lessen his confidence or turn him off. How you may be unknowingly turning off your partner without an awareness of what is important for the opposite sex. Men and women don't realize how much they may be hurting their partners. We can see that both men and women unknowingly communicate in ways that are not only counterproductive, but may even be a turnoff. Men and women get their feelings hurt most easily when they do not get the kind of primary love they need. Women generally don't realize the ways they communicate that are unsupportive and hurtful to the male ego. A woman may try to be sensitive to a man's feelings, but because his primary love needs are different from hers, she doesn't instinctively anticipate his needs. Through understanding a man's primary love needs, a woman can be more aware and sensitive to the sources of his discontent. The following is a list of common communication mistakes women make in relation to a man's primary love needs. Mistakes women commonly make. 1. She tries to improve his behavior or help him by offering unsolicited advice. Oh, why he doesn't feel loved. He feels unloved because she doesn't trust him anymore. 2. She tries to change or control his behavior by sharing her upset or negative feelings. Oh, why he doesn't feel loved. He feels unloved because she doesn't accept him as he is. 3. She doesn't acknowledge what he does for her, but complains about what he has not done. Oh, why he doesn't feel loved. He feels taken for granted and unloved because she doesn't appreciate what he does. 4. She corrects his behavior and tells him what to do as if he were a child. Oh, why he doesn't feel loved. He feels unloved because he does not feel admired. 5. She expresses her upset feelings indirectly with rhetorical questions like, "How could you do that?" Oh, why he doesn't feel loved. He feels unloved because he feels she has taken away her approval of him. He no longer feels like the good guy. 6. When he makes decisions or takes initiatives, she corrects or criticizes him. Oh, why he doesn't feel loved. He feels unloved because she does not encourage him to do things on his own. Just as women easily make mistakes when they don't understand what men primarily need, men also make mistakes. Men generally don't recognize the ways they communicate that are disrespectful and unsupportive to women. A man may even know that she is unhappy with him, but unless he understands why she feels unloved and what she needs, he cannot change his approach. Learning to listen without getting angry, one of the biggest problems men have with listening to women is that they become frustrated or angry because they forget that women are from Venus and that they are supposed to communicate differently. With a greater awareness of your partner's 6 primary needs, you can redirect your loving support according to their needs and make your relationships dramatically easier and more fulfilling. One of the most difficult challenges in loving relationships is handling differences and disagreements. Often, when couples disagree, their discussions can turn into arguments and, without much warning, into battles. Suddenly, they stop talking in a loving manner and start hurting each other, engaging in behaviors like blaming, complaining, accusing, demanding, resenting, and doubting. Men and women arguing in this way not only hurt each other's feelings, but also damage the relationship. Just as communication is essential for a healthy relationship, arguments can be highly destructive. The closer we are to someone, the easier it is to wound them or be wounded ourselves. For all practical purposes, I strongly recommend that couples avoid arguing. When 2 people are not romantically or emotionally involved, it's often easier to remain detached and objective during disagreements. However, when couples argue who are emotionally and sexually involved, it's easy for them to take things too personally. As a basic guideline, never argue. Instead, discuss the pros and cons of a situation, negotiate for what you want, but avoid arguments. It's possible to be honest, open, and even express negative feelings without fighting. Some couples argue constantly, which gradually kills their love. On the opposite end, some couples suppress their honest feelings to avoid conflict. However, by holding back their true feelings, they also lose touch with the love that brought them together. One couple may be engaged in a verbal war, while the other is in a cold war, suppressing everything. The best approach is to find a balance between these 2 extremes. By remembering that men and women are from different planets and developing effective communication skills, couples can avoid arguments while still addressing negative feelings and conflicting ideas. What happens when we argue without understanding the differences between men and women? It's easy to get into arguments that harm both ourselves and our partners. The secret to avoiding arguments lies in respectful and loving communication. Differences and disagreements themselves aren't necessarily harmful. It's the way we communicate them that causes damage. Ideally, an argument can be a simple, constructive discussion about differences and disagreements. Inevitably, all couples will have disagreements from time to time. However, in reality, many couples start arguing about one issue, and within minutes, they're arguing about how they're arguing. Unknowingly, they begin to hurt each other, and what could have been a simple disagreement is escalated into a battle. Each partner resists the other's perspective, not necessarily because of the content, but because of the approach being used. Resolving an argument requires extending one's perspective to include and respect another's. To make this stretch, each partner needs to feel appreciated and respected. If our partner's attitude feels unloving or dismissive, our self-esteem can be wounded by trying to take on their viewpoint. Most couples start out arguing about one thing, and within 5 minutes, are arguing about the way they're arguing. The more intimate the relationship, the harder it can be to hear the other's perspective without reacting to negative feelings. In an attempt to protect themselves from feeling unworthy, partners may automatically raise defenses against the other's viewpoint. Even if they agree on some points, they may stubbornly persist in arguing. Why arguments hurt? The pain of arguments doesn't come from what is being said, but from how it's being said. When a man feels challenged, his focus often shifts to proving himself right, and he may forget to speak in a caring, respectful, and reassuring manner. His tone can become cold or dismissive, unaware of the impact this has on his partner. At such moments, a simple disagreement may come across to a woman as an attack. A request may sound like a demand. Naturally, a woman will resist this unloving approach, even if she might otherwise be open to his point of view. For example, a man might unintentionally hurt his partner by speaking in an uncaring manner, then proceed to explain why she shouldn't be upset. He assumes she is resisting his perspective when, in reality, it's his tone that's bothering her. Focusing on justifying his point instead of adjusting his approach, he unknowingly starts an argument, thinking she's the one arguing with him. He defends his viewpoint while she defends herself from his harsh expressions. When a man neglects to honor a woman's hurt feelings, he invalidates them and intensifies her pain. Because he may not be as sensitive to tone as she is, he might not realize how much he's hurting her, which provokes her resistance. Similarly, women often don't realize how they unintentionally hurt men. When a woman feels challenged, the tone of her speech can automatically become distrustful or rejecting, which is particularly painful for a man, especially if he's emotionally invested. Women often escalate arguments by first expressing negative feelings about their partner's behavior and then giving unsolicited advice. When a woman fails to balance her negative feelings with messages of trust and acceptance, a man may respond defensively, leaving the woman confused. She often doesn't realize how hurtful her mistrust feels to him. To avoid arguing, we must remember that our partner likely objects, not to what we are saying, but how we are saying it. It takes two people to argue, but only one to stop an argument. The best way to stop an argument is to recognize when a disagreement is becoming an argument. At that point, it's best to stop talking, take a break, and reflect on one's approach. After some time, partners can come back and try again to communicate in a more loving, respectful way. Taking timeouts allows each person to cool down, heal, and regain their center before trying to communicate again. The 4 F's for avoiding hurt. People typically take one of 4 stances to avoid getting hurt in arguments. These are known as the 4 F's: fight, flight, fake, and fold. While each of these stances offers a short-term benefit, they are ultimately counterproductive. 1. Fight. This stance is generally Martian in nature. When a conversation becomes unloving or unsupportive, some individuals instinctively go on the offense. Their motto becomes "the best defense is a strong offense." They might resort to blaming, judging, criticizing, or making their partner feel guilty. They often start yelling and express a lot of anger, hoping to intimidate their partner into offering support. Although this may seem like they've won, they've actually lost. Intimidation erodes trust in a relationship. Using force to gain love or support creates a dynamic where intimacy is lost. Women close off to protect themselves, and men detach emotionally, eventually becoming less invested in the relationship. Gradually, the love that was once there dissipates. 2. Flight. Also common among Martians, this stance involves avoiding confrontation by retreating into one's cave and staying there. This Cold War approach is different from taking a timeout to cool down and later returning to resolve things in a loving manner. People who choose flight avoid topics that could cause conflict and often act as if they are walking on eggshells. Rather than arguing, some couples simply stop discussing issues. They withhold love as a way to punish their partner, which can lead to resentment and the gradual erosion of passionate feelings. These individuals may use overwork, overeating, or other addictions to numb their unresolved emotions. 3. Fake. This stance originates from Venus. To avoid hurt, some people pretend everything is fine, putting on a smile and appearing agreeable even when they're not. However, this approach often leads to resentment. Over time, they may become bitter from constantly giving to their partner without getting what they need in return. When a woman says things are all right or fine, she may be avoiding conflict or fooling herself into believing there's no problem when there actually is. She sacrifices her own needs and desires to avoid a confrontation, and eventually, her resentment builds up, blocking the natural flow of love. Fourfold. This stance is also Venusian. Rather than argue, some people simply give in, taking the blame or assuming responsibility for whatever is bothering their partner. While this may create temporary harmony, these individuals eventually lose touch with their own needs. For instance, a woman who continually folds might say, "We have a great relationship. My husband is loving, but I'm depressed and I don't know why." She has denied her own needs for years, which has led to her unhappiness. Folding can also involve anticipating a partner's desires so thoroughly that a person gives up their own identity. In time, they grow resentful of having sacrificed themselves for love. If you recognize yourself in one or more of these stances, know that it's common for people to switch among them. However, these strategies don't ultimately work. Instead, take responsibility for identifying when a disagreement is escalating into an argument, pause, and communicate with understanding and respect. Why we argue common areas of conflict include money, sex, decisions, scheduling, values, child-rearing, and household responsibilities. These discussions only escalate into hurtful arguments because someone isn't feeling loved. Emotional pain stems from feeling unloved, and in the throes of emotional pain, it's hard to respond with love. Because women aren't from Mars, they often don't understand what a man needs to handle disagreements. Conflicting ideas, feelings, and desires are a challenge for a man. The closer he feels to a woman, the more difficult disagreements can be for him. When she disapproves of something he's done, he may take it personally, feeling that she disapproves of him. A man can best handle differences when he feels his emotional needs are met. If he feels deprived of love, he becomes defensive, and his darker instincts come into play. He feels compelled to draw his sword. On the surface, it may appear that he's arguing about finances or scheduling, but in reality, he's arguing because he feels unloved. The secret reasons men argue here are some of the deeper reasons men might argue, along with the hidden needs driving their reactions. 1. Secret reason: I don't like it when she gets upset over small things I do or don't do. I feel criticized, rejected, and unaccepted. Oh, what he needs: to feel accepted just as he is, rather than feeling that she's trying to improve him. 2. Secret reason: I don't like it when she tells me how to do things. I feel like I'm being treated like a child. Oh, what he needs: admiration. Instead, he feels put down. 3. Secret reason: I don't like it when she blames me for her unhappiness. I feel like giving up. Oh, what he needs: encouragement, to feel like her knight in shining armor, rather than being discouraged. 4. Secret reason: I don't like it when she complains about how unappreciated she feels. I feel unappreciated for my own efforts. Oh, what he needs: appreciation for his contributions, rather than feeling blamed or unacknowledged. 5. Secret reason: I don't like it when she worries about everything. I feel untrusted. Oh, what he needs: to feel trusted, rather than being made to feel responsible for her anxiety. 6. Secret reason: I don't like it when she expects me to respond or talk when she wants. I feel pressured. Oh, what he needs: to feel accepted as he is, rather than feeling controlled. 7. Secret reason: I don't like it when she's hurt by what I say. I feel mistrusted. Oh, what he needs: acceptance and trust, rather than feeling rejected. 8. Secret reason: I don't like it when she expects me to read her mind. Oh, what he needs: approval, rather than feeling inadequate or like a failure. By meeting a man's primary emotional needs, his tendency to argue diminishes. He becomes more able to listen and respond respectfully, turning disagreements into conversations rather than battles. The anatomy of an argument: hurtful arguments often have a predictable pattern, and understanding this anatomy can help to resolve conflicts more effectively. Here's a common example. my wife, and I once went on a picnic. As we started talking about investments, she became upset about my consideration of an aggressive investment option. To her, it seemed I was already planning it without her input. She was hurt and felt disregarded, which led to an argument. I thought she disapproved of my choice, so I argued for its validity, not realizing her real concern was that I wasn't respecting her perspective. She was actually upset about feeling left out of the decision. Once I understood her true feelings, I was able to apologize for my approach. This insight helped us communicate better in the future. Here's a breakdown of a typical argument. 1. A woman expresses her feelings about an issue. 2. A man tries to explain why she shouldn't be upset. 3. She feels invalidated and becomes more upset. 4. He feels blamed and upset by her disapproval, leading to an escalation. 5. She may end up apologizing, or the argument intensifies. Learning to recognize this cycle helped us both avoid these pitfalls. Instead of feeling defensive, I learned to say, "I'm sorry for upsetting you," rather than expecting her to apologize. This understanding brought us closer and reduced arguments. Why men struggle with "I'm sorry." Men often avoid saying "I'm sorry" because on Mars, it implies an admission of fault. For women, however, "I'm sorry" communicates care for their partner's feelings, not necessarily an apology. For men, learning to say "I'm sorry" in this Venusian context can be transformative, instantly diffusing arguments and fostering understanding. Most arguments arise from a lack of validation. Without realizing it, men often invalidate women's feelings, while women inadvertently communicate disapproval. How men unknowingly start arguments. The primary way men initiate arguments is by invalidating a woman's feelings or perspective. This happens in several ways. Minimizing feelings. When a woman is upset, a man might say, "Don't worry about it," which seems friendly to him, but feels dismissive to her. Offering solutions. In an attempt to help, he might say, "It's not that big of a deal," but she first needs her feelings validated before discussing solutions. Defensive explanations. If he's done something upsetting, he may focus on justifying his actions instead of addressing her feelings, leaving her feeling unheard and unsupported. For a woman to feel supported, a man needs to pause his instinct to explain and focus on understanding her perspective. Practicing this approach creates a shift in communication. How women unknowingly start arguments. Women often unintentionally start arguments by not directly expressing their feelings, which can feel like disapproval to men. Rather than saying, "I don't like waiting when you're late," a woman might ask rhetorical questions such as, "How could you be so late?" This type of questioning makes a man feel attacked, as if his actions are wrong. Women need to remember that men crave approval. Disapproval, especially when unintended, can hurt a man deeply, leading him to withdraw or become defensive. When he comes home late, her rhetorical question, she asks, "How could you be so late?" or "Why didn't you call?" What he hears, he interprets this as, "You're irresponsible. I'd never be late." His explanation, he responds, "There was traffic," hoping this will resolve it. What she hears, "You're too demanding and my work is more important." How she can respond, "I really don't like it when you're late. Next time, a call would help." How he can respond, "I'm sorry I upset you." Simply acknowledging her feelings without explaining helps her feel validated. When he forgets something, her rhetorical question, "How could you forget?" or "How am I supposed to trust you?" What he hears, he feels she's implying he's stupid or unreliable. His explanation, "I was busy and just forgot," or "It's not a big deal." What she hears, "You're irrational and demanding." How she can respond, "I don't like it when you forget. It's important to me." How he can respond, "I did forget and I'm sorry. Are you upset?" Listening without defending gives her a chance to feel heard. When he returns from his cave, her rhetorical question, How could you be so unfeeling? Or, how do you expect me to react? What he hears, you're cruel and unloving. His explanation, I just needed time alone. It wasn't a big deal. What she hears, you're too needy. How she can respond, I know you need space, but it's hard when you pull away. How he can respond, I understand it hurts when I pull away. Let's talk about it. When he disappoints her, her rhetorical question, how could you do this? Or when will you learn? What he hears, you can't do anything right. His explanation, next time I'll get it right. Or it's not a big deal. What she hears, your feelings are irrational. How she can respond, I don't like feeling disappointed. How he can respond, I'm sorry I disappointed you. How did it make you feel? When he doesn't respect her feelings, her rhetorical question, how could you say that? Or why can't you listen? What he hears, you're a bad person. His explanation, I didn't mean it that way. Or I do listen. What she hears, you're too sensitive. How she can respond, I don't appreciate the way you're talking to me. How he can respond, I'm sorry, you don't deserve to be treated that way. Let's start over. When he is in a hurry and she dislikes it. Her rhetorical question, why are we always in a hurry? What he hears, you're incompetent. His explanation, it's not a big deal. It'll be fine. What she hears, you're dissatisfied. How she can respond, I love when we take our time. Sometimes I feel rushed. How he can respond, I understand. Let's plan extra time for the next trip. When she feels invalidated in a conversation, her rhetorical question, why did you say that? Or why do you have to talk to me like this? What he hears, you don't love me. His explanation, but that's not what I said. What she hears, you're irrational. How she can respond, I feel like you're judging me. I need understanding. How he can respond, I'm sorry it came across that way. Let's talk about what you're feeling. Giving support at difficult times in any relationship. Challenging times may arise due to loss, illness, or stress. The key is to communicate lovingly and supportively, remembering that both you and your partner won't always be perfect. Practicing loving communication during minor conflicts makes it easier to handle major ones. Discussing with your partner which phrases or approaches work best can be valuable. Prearranged statements can help defuse tension before it escalates. Remember, the feeling behind your words matters most. Practicing these techniques may feel awkward at first, but over time, they become more natural. Avoiding arguments through loving communication, one story illustrates this concept. On a vacation drive, my wife Bonnie expressed frustration saying, I feel like my life is a long, slow torture. Instead of feeling defensive, I validated her feelings saying, I know what you mean. Sometimes it feels like everything's being wrung out of me. She nodded, smiled, and moved on, happily discussing our plans. This time, by validating her feelings, I helped avoid an argument that would have otherwise made our trip stressful. Little things make a big difference. There are various ways a man can score points with his partner without needing to exert significant effort. Often, it's about redirecting the energy he's already giving in the relationship. Most men might know some of these things but overlook them, believing they're minor compared to grand gestures. However small, consistent acts can profoundly impact a woman's sense of being loved and supported. The way women keep score isn't merely a preference, it's an essential need. A woman's emotional well-being depends on a steady stream of expressions of love. Imagine a woman's heart as a love tank that needs frequent refueling, much like a car's gas tank. Little actions, cumulatively, fill her love tank and help her feel loved and valued. When her tank is full, she responds with greater love, trust, acceptance, and encouragement, enriching the relationship for both partners. 101 ways to keep her love tank full here. are practical ways for a man to show his affection in meaningful, consistent ways. Each action, though small, contributes to building a supportive and fulfilling relationship. 1. Give her a hug. 2. Surprise her with flowers. 3. Offer to help with household chores without being asked. 4. Listen to her without interrupting. 5. Make her a cup of tea or coffee. 6. Give her a quick shoulder rub or massage. 7. Hold her hand in public. 8. Open the car door for her. 9. Take out the trash without reminders. 10. Tell her she looks beautiful. 11. Leave her a sweet, unexpected note. 12. Compliment her on something unique she's wearing. 13. Make her laugh by sharing a joke or funny story. 14. Surprise her with a small gift. 15. Cook her favorite meal. 16. Clean up after dinner. 17. Remember important dates like anniversaries and her birthday. 18. Sit down and talk with her at the end of the day. 19. Offer to run an errand for her. 20. Take her out on a spontaneous date. 21. Kiss her goodbye and hello. 22. Show interest in something she enjoys. 23. Compliment her on her achievements. 24. Arrange a relaxing weekend for her. 25. Tidy up something she normally cleans. 26. Share your dreams or goals with her. 27. Tell her how much you appreciate her. 28. Ask about her day with genuine interest. 29. Take a walk together. 30. Text her during the day to say you miss her. 31. Let her choose the movie for a night in. 32. Remember small details about her stories. 33. Take over a responsibility to ease her workload. 34. Bring her breakfast in bed. 35. Hold her when she's feeling down. 36. Let her vent without offering solutions. 37. Take her on a picnic. 38. Give her a back rub. 39. Look into her eyes when you're talking. 40. Be honest and vulnerable with her. 41. Surprise her with her favorite dessert. 42. Let her sleep in on weekends. 43. Compliment her personality traits. 44. Take a moment to thank her for little things. 45. Sit in silence with her if she needs it. 46. Write her a poem or love letter. 47. Plan a fun weekend activity. 48. Tell her you're proud of her. 49. Help her with a project she's working on. 50. Spend quality time doing her favorite activity. 51. Take an interest in her family. 52. Call her during the day just to say hi. 53. Buy her favorite snack when you're out. 54. Make her feel like a priority. 55. Surprise her with a day off from chores. 56. Support her goals and ambitions. 57. Give her a compliment in front of others. 58. Plan a surprise getaway. 59. Spend time with her friends. 60. Take care of her when she's unwell. 61. Help her organize something. 62. Make her a playlist of favorite songs. 63. Go for a drive together. 64. Surprise her with a book she'd enjoy. 65. Reassure her when she's feeling insecure. 66. Listen to her music or watch her shows with her. 67. Respect her personal space when she needs it. 68. Tell her what you love about her. 69. Hold her hand when you're walking. 70. Surprise her by finishing a project around the house. 71. Make her laugh when she's upset. 72. Leave sweet notes where she can find them. 73. Compliment her in the morning. 74. Go to bed at the same time. 75. Make plans for the future together. 76. remember her favorite color, flower, or animal. 77. Help her decorate or redecorate a room. 78. Be punctual if you've made plans. 79. Respect her opinions, even if you disagree. 80. Notice when she's feeling off and ask if she's okay. 81. Let her pick where to eat or what to do. 82. Bring her something warm when she's cold. 83. Offer to wash the dishes. 84. Remember her friends' and family's names. 85. Show interest in her work or studies. 86. Give her time to talk before bed. 87. Laugh at her jokes or funny stories. 88. Watch her favorite movie together. 89. Surprise her with a cozy blanket or socks. 90. Reassure her if she's feeling stressed. 91. Remind her of something she's achieved. 92. Tell her you love her. 93. Buy her favorite coffee. 94. Spend time doing nothing together. 95. Give her space if she needs alone time. 96. Celebrate her successes. 97. Share your favorite memory of her. 98. Encourage her passions. 99. Offer to carry something heavy. 100. Let her pick a date activity. 101. Tell her you're glad to have her in your life. By consistently doing these small acts, a man can keep his partner's love tank full, fostering a loving and fulfilling relationship. Each of these gestures, though simple, shows appreciation, love, and respect in ways that resonate deeply with a woman, helping her feel valued and loved in everyday life. The magic of doing little things, it's truly magical when a man does small, thoughtful things for his partner. These acts keep her love tank full and help maintain a balanced score in their relationship. When a woman feels the score is even or close to it, she's reassured that she's loved, which naturally makes her more trusting and loving in return. This cycle of love and appreciation builds a solid foundation of mutual respect and affection. Engaging in these small gestures is also healing for the man. When he sees that his partner is feeling loved and valued, his sense of self-worth grows. He feels effective and powerful, knowing he's fulfilling his partner's needs, and this motivates him to continue offering his support. What a man needs, just as men need to be consistent with small acts of love, women need to be equally attentive to recognize and appreciate these gestures. A warm smile, a thank you, or even a small acknowledgement when he's done something thoughtful reinforces his desire to keep giving. Men need to feel appreciated and to know their efforts make a difference. When men feel taken for granted, they may withdraw or become discouraged from giving more. This doesn't mean a woman has to be overly enthusiastic about every small action, but showing that she notices, like saying thanks for emptying the trash, reinforces that his contributions are valued. What a man needs a woman to accept it's natural for a man to put his energy into larger achievements or one grand gesture, rather than focusing on multiple small actions. By understanding this tendency, a woman can avoid feeling hurt or neglected. Instead of feeling resentment, she can work with him by offering positive reinforcement for the smaller things he does. Over time, with encouragement, he may naturally begin to focus on both small and big things, finding a balance between his ambitions and the simple actions that nurture their relationship. She can also remind herself that his occasional forgetfulness with little gestures doesn't mean he doesn't love her. It often means he's just focused on something larger at the moment. Encouraging his involvement with appreciation and positivity can guide him toward a more balanced approach, where he'll be more inclined to engage in small, loving actions consistently. Redirecting energy and attention. Dr. Gray shares a personal story from his marriage to illustrate this principle. In the early years of his marriage, he was focused on his demanding career, counseling clients for 50 hours a week, writing, and conducting seminars. Despite his devotion to his work, his wife, Bonnie, often expressed her feelings of abandonment and hurt over the lack of time and energy he had for their relationship. She would frequently share these feelings, sometimes through a love letter, a technique that combines honest emotional expression with positive affirmations. Here's an excerpt from one of Bonnie's love letters to John. "Dear John, I'm writing you this letter to share with you my feelings. I don't mean to tell you what to do. I just want you to understand my feelings. I am angry that you spend so much time at work. I am angry that you come home with nothing left for me. I want to spend more time with you. It hurts to feel like you care more about your clients than me. I feel sad that you are so tired. I miss you. I'm afraid you don't want to spend time with me. I am afraid of being another burden in your life. I am afraid of sounding like a nag. I am afraid my feelings are not important to you. I'm sorry if this is hard to hear. I know you are doing your best. I appreciate how hard you work. I love you." Bonnie, reading Bonnie's letter, made John realize how he was unintentionally giving more of his undivided attention to clients than to his own wife. This awareness inspired him to shift his focus and dedicate more energy to small acts of love and consideration at home, ultimately strengthening their bond and fulfilling both their needs in the relationship. When a man overworks, John realized he wasn't ignoring his wife out of a lack of love, but because he was simply exhausted. In his mind, working hard to provide a comfortable life was the best way to support his family. When he understood how his wife felt, he reevaluated his priorities and developed a plan to make a positive change. Instead of seeing 8 clients a day, he began seeing 7, leaving time to come home an hour earlier and dedicate his undivided attention to his wife. He started treating her as his most important client by being present, listening, and doing little things to show his love. The results were immediate. His wife was happier, and he felt more fulfilled, leading him to slow down and focus more on his family. How a woman can help Bonnie's role in this transformation was pivotal. By openly sharing her feelings and consistently expressing appreciation when John did small things for her, she helped him realize the importance of those gestures. Through her persistence and gratitude, he began to feel valued not just for big achievements, but also for simple, everyday actions. This relieved him of the pressure to constantly achieve great things to feel loved. When women give points, women have a unique ability to appreciate life's small gestures as much as the big ones, which is a blessing for men. Men often strive for greater success because they believe it will make them more deserving of love. Deep inside, many men crave love and admiration, but may not realize that they can earn this love simply by being thoughtful and present. By acknowledging the little things, a woman can help free a man from his fixation on achievement as a source of worth. If a woman understands how much her appreciation means to him, she can use this awareness to build a stronger relationship. Healing the resentment flu, women naturally value small gestures, but resentment can cloud this ability. When a woman feels unappreciated or unsupported, it becomes harder for her to notice the positive things her partner does. This can create a cycle of resentment, where she feels she's giving more than she's receiving, which blocks her from appreciating his efforts. When a woman feels she's scoring 40 points in the relationship to her partner's 10, she may unconsciously subtract his points from her own, creating an imbalance that feels like 30-0. This often leaves her feeling neglected, and her partner may sense this frustration, catching the resentment flu in response. Both feel unappreciated, and the cycle of resentment deepens. What she can do the way to break this cycle is through compassionate understanding. She can acknowledge her own role in the imbalance by recognizing that her giving more may have contributed to the situation. Instead of focusing on resentment, she can give herself a break from overgiving, allowing her partner to step in and support her. By treating herself as if she's recovering from a flu, she can prioritize self-care and make space for her partner's support. When a woman accepts responsibility for her overgiving, she can reset the scorecard. This new approach allows her to release resentment, recognize her partner's efforts, and give him a chance to show his support in meaningful ways. How men give points. Men score points in relationships, primarily based on appreciation and a partner's loving reactions rather than on actions alone. A man feels loved when he sees his partner's positive reactions to his actions, whether big or small. If a woman appreciates what he does, he feels valued and reciprocates by awarding points. If she responds negatively or with resentment, he may not feel the points are earned, no matter her efforts. For men, appreciation fulfills a primary need. Even if a woman does many domestic tasks, they hold little significance if he feels unappreciated. To him, her support and positive response mean more than the actions themselves. Similarly, for a woman to feel loved, it's not only the big gestures that matter, but also consistent small acts of care. For a man, expressing his love through thoughtful behaviors strengthens his connection with his partner. How women can score big points with men. There are specific actions that women can take to earn more points with men, especially when he's most in need of support or reassurance. These actions demonstrate understanding, patience, and support, which men highly value, especially in moments of vulnerability or stress. 1. He makes a mistake and she doesn't say, "I told you so," earns 10 to 20 points. 2. He disappoints her and she doesn't punish him, earns 10 to 20 points. 3. He gets lost while driving and she doesn't make a big deal of it, earns 10 to 20 points. 4. He gets lost and she finds a positive in the situation, earns 20 to 30 points. 5. He forgets to pick something up and she responds kindly, earns 10 to 20 points. 6. He forgets again and she remains patient, earns 20 to 30 points. 7. She apologizes and makes amends when she's hurt him, earns 10 to 40 points. 8. She asks for support and he says no. She respects his limitations, earns 10 to 20 points. 9. She asks for his support again another time, and he says no, and she accepts it gracefully, earns 20 to 30 points. 10. She asks for support without being demanding when she's feeling even, earns 1 to 5 points. 11. She asks for support without being demanding, especially when she's been giving more, earns 10 to 30 points. 12. When he withdraws, she doesn't make him feel guilty, earns 10 to 20 points. 13. When he returns from his cave, she welcomes him without punishment, earns 10 to 20 points. 14. When he apologizes for a mistake and she forgives him, earns 10 to 50 points. 15. When he asks her to do something and she says no without lengthy explanations, earns 1 to 10 points. 16. When he asks her to do something and she agrees and stays positive, earns 1 to 10 points. 17. When he attempts to make up after a fight, she appreciates his efforts, earns 10 to 30 points. 18. She's happy to see him when he arrives home, earns 10 to 20 points. 19. She feels disapproving but takes time alone to center herself, earns 10 to 20 points. 20. On special occasions, she overlooks minor faults, earns 20 to 40 points. 21. She genuinely enjoys intimacy with him, earns 10 to 40 points. 22. He loses his keys and she doesn't criticize him, earns 10 to 20 points. 23. She tactfully expresses disappointment about a date choice, earns 10 to 20 points. 24. She doesn't give driving advice and thanks him for arriving safely, earns 10 to 20 points. 25. She requests support without focusing on his past errors, earns 10 to 20 points. 26. She shares negative feelings without blame or rejection, earns 10 to 40 points. When a woman can score more points, the situations above show that when a man is in need, such as after making a mistake or feeling embarrassed, her supportive response earns higher points. During these moments, he's most vulnerable and appreciates her understanding more deeply. Women's ability to show support at difficult times fluctuates, like a wave. When her wave is on an upswing, she may be able to provide more support and thus earn extra points. Likewise, the degree of need in each situation may cause a man to assign a variable number of points based on how much her support means to him at that time. Balancing points with loving attitudes and actions, understanding these dynamics, allows both partners to meet each other's needs better, nurturing their relationship through supportive actions and appreciative attitudes. As they both become more aware of these needs, they strengthen their bond, building a more satisfying and fulfilling partnership. When a man has made a significant mistake, he often becomes defensive due to the fear of rejection or lack of forgiveness from his partner. His defensiveness is generally stronger for bigger mistakes because acknowledging these may feel like an unbearable admission of failure. If he feels incapable of earning forgiveness, instead of apologizing, he may become angry or project blame onto his partner, even giving penalty points to shift the emotional weight. In these moments, it's beneficial for a woman to lie low, treating his anger or defensiveness like a passing storm. On Venus, where everyone collaborates to understand and soothe someone who is upset, ignoring or withdrawing support feels unnatural. But on Mars, a storm means everyone takes cover until it clears. If a woman tries to calm or change her partner during these episodes, it can often escalate the situation, leaving him feeling criticized and defensive. However, once he has moved past the moment, he will often appreciate her patience and award bonus points for her restraint and understanding. When men give penalty points, men's tendency to give penalty points is confusing for many women. Unlike women, who may subtract their score or feel resentment, men quickly award penalty points when they feel wronged. Although penalty points may seem unfair, it's helpful for women to recognize that men also take these points back after they feel supported and understood. Women can think of this behavior as a temporary emotional flu. By responding with extra care and patience, a woman can often help him return to a state of appreciation and balance in their relationship. Supporting each other by understanding scoring differences, both men and women benefit by remembering and respecting these scoring differences. Relationships can become much easier when both partners learn to adjust their approach to match the other's needs and ways of feeling loved. Knowing that men and women score points differently can alleviate misunderstandings and reduce emotional exhaustion, fostering a partnership where both feel valued and supported in ways that truly matter to each other. Little things make a big difference. There are various ways a man can score points with his partner without needing to exert significant effort. Often, it's about redirecting the energy he's already giving in the relationship. Most men might know some of these things but overlook them, believing they're minor compared to grand gestures. However small, consistent acts can profoundly impact a woman's sense of being loved and supported. The way women keep score isn't merely a preference, it's an essential need. A woman's emotional well-being depends on a steady stream of expressions of love. Imagine a woman's heart as a love tank that needs frequent refueling, much like a car's gas tank. Little actions, cumulatively, fill her love tank and help her feel loved and valued. When her tank is full, she responds with greater love, trust, acceptance, and encouragement, enriching the relationship for both partners. 101 ways to keep her love tank full here are practical ways for a man to show his affection in meaningful, consistent ways. Each action, though small, contributes to building a supportive and fulfilling relationship. 1. Give her a hug. 2. Surprise her with flowers. 3. Offer to help with household chores without being asked. 4. Listen to her without interrupting. 5. Make her a cup of tea or coffee. 6. Give her a quick shoulder rub or massage. 7. Hold her hand in public. 8. Open the car door for her. 9. Take out the trash without reminders. 10. Tell her she looks beautiful. 11. Leave her a sweet, unexpected note. 12. Compliment her on something unique she's wearing. 13. Make her laugh by sharing a joke or funny story. 14. Surprise her with a small gift. 15. Cook her favorite meal. 16. Clean up after dinner. 17. Remember important dates like anniversaries and her birthday. 18. Sit down and talk with her at the end of the day. 19. Offer to run an errand for her. 20. Take her out on a spontaneous date. 21. Kiss her goodbye and hello. 22. Show interest in something she enjoys. 23. Compliment her on her achievements. 24. Arrange a relaxing weekend for her. 25. Tidy up something she normally cleans. 26. Share your dreams or goals with her. 27. Tell her how much you appreciate her. 28. Ask about her day with genuine interest. 29. Take a walk together. 30. Text her during the day to say you miss her. 31. Let her choose the movie for a night in. 32. Remember small details about her stories. 33. Take over a responsibility to ease her workload. 34. Bring her breakfast in bed. 35. Hold her when she's feeling down. 36. Let her vent without offering solutions. 37. Take her on a picnic. 38. Give her a back rub. 39. Look into her eyes when you're talking. 40. Be honest and vulnerable with her. 41. Surprise her with her favorite dessert. 42. Let her sleep in on weekends. 43. Compliment her personality traits. 44. Take a moment to thank her for little things. 45. Sit in silence with her if she needs it. 46. Write her a poem or love letter. 47. Plan a fun weekend activity. 48. Tell her you're proud of her. 49. Help her with a project she's working on. 50. Spend quality time doing her favorite activity. 51. Take an interest in her family. 52. Call her during the day just to say hi. 53. Buy her favorite snack when you're out. 54. Make her feel like a priority. 55. Surprise her with a day off from chores. 56. Support her goals and ambitions. 57. Give her a compliment in front of others. 58. Plan a surprise getaway. 59. Spend time with her friends. 60. Take care of her when she's unwell. 61. Help her organize something. 62. Make her a playlist of favorite songs. 63. Go for a drive together. 64. Surprise her with a book she'd enjoy. 65. Reassure her when she's feeling insecure. 66. Listen to her music or watch her shows with her. 67. Respect her personal space when she needs it. 68. Tell her what you love about her. 69. Hold her hand when you're walking. 70. Surprise her by finishing a project around the house. 71. Make her laugh when she's upset. 72. Leave sweet notes where she can find them. 73. Compliment her in the morning. 74. Go to bed at the same time. 75. Make plans for the future together. 76. Remember her favorite color, flower, or animal. 77. Help her decorate or redecorate a room. 78. Be punctual if you've made plans. 79. Respect her opinions, even if you disagree. 80. Notice when she's feeling off and ask if she's okay. 81. Let her pick where to eat or what to do. 82. Bring her something warm when she's cold. 83. Offer to wash the dishes. 84. Remember her friends' and family's names. 85. Show interest in her work or studies. 86. Give her time to talk before bed. 87. Laugh at her jokes or funny stories. 88. Watch her favorite movie together. 89. Surprise her with a cozy blanket or socks. 90. Reassure her if she's feeling stressed. 91. Remind her of something she's achieved. 92. Tell her you love her. 93. Buy her favorite coffee. 94. Spend time doing nothing together. 95. Give her space if she needs alone time. 96. Celebrate her successes. 97. Share your favorite memory of her. 98. Encourage her passions. 99. Offer to carry something heavy. 100. Let her pick a date activity. 101. Tell her you're glad to have her in your life. By consistently doing these small acts, a man can keep his partner's love tank full, fostering a loving and fulfilling relationship. Each of these gestures, though simple, shows appreciation, love, and respect in ways that resonate deeply with a woman, helping her feel valued and loved in everyday life. The magic of doing little things, it's truly magical when a man does small, thoughtful things for his partner. These acts keep her love tank full and help maintain a balanced score in their relationship. When a woman feels the score is even or close to it, she's reassured that she's loved, which naturally makes her more trusting and loving in return. This cycle of love and appreciation builds a solid foundation of mutual respect and affection. Engaging in these small gestures is also healing for the man. When he sees that his partner is feeling loved and valued, his sense of self-worth grows. He feels effective and powerful, knowing he's fulfilling his partner's needs, and this motivates him to continue offering his support. What a man needs, just as men need to be consistent with small acts of love, women need to be equally attentive to recognize and appreciate these gestures. A warm smile, a thank you, or even a small acknowledgement when he's done something thoughtful reinforces his desire to keep giving. Men need to feel appreciated and to know their efforts make a difference. When men feel taken for granted, they may withdraw or become discouraged from giving more. This doesn't mean a woman has to be overly enthusiastic about every small action, but showing that she notices, like saying thanks for emptying the trash, reinforces that his contributions are valued. What a man needs a woman to accept it's natural for a man to put his energy into larger achievements or one grand gesture, rather than focusing on multiple small actions. By understanding this tendency, a woman can avoid feeling hurt or neglected. Instead of feeling resentment, she can work with him by offering positive reinforcement for the smaller things he does. Over time, with encouragement, he may naturally begin to focus on both small and big things, finding a balance between his ambitions and the simple actions that nurture their relationship. She can also remind herself that his occasional forgetfulness with little gestures doesn't mean he doesn't love her. It often means he's just focused on something larger at the moment. Encouraging his involvement with appreciation and positivity can guide him toward a more balanced approach, where he'll be more inclined to engage in small, loving actions consistently. Redirecting energy and attention. Dr. Gray shares a personal story from his marriage to illustrate this principle. In the early years of his marriage, he was focused on his demanding career, counseling clients for 50 hours a week, writing, and conducting seminars. Despite his devotion to his work, his wife, Bonnie, often expressed her feelings of abandonment and hurt over the lack of time and energy he had for their relationship. She would frequently share these feelings, sometimes through a love letter, a technique that combines honest emotional expression with positive affirmations. Here's an excerpt from one of Bonnie's love letters to John. Dear John, I'm writing you this letter to share with you my feelings. I don't mean to tell you what to do. I just want you to understand my feelings. I am angry that you spend so much time at work. I am angry that you come home with nothing left for me. I want to spend more time with you. It hurts to feel like you care more about your clients than me. I feel sad that you are so tired. I miss you. I'm afraid you don't want to spend time with me. I am afraid of being another burden in your life. I am afraid of sounding like a nag. I am afraid my feelings are not important to you. I'm sorry if this is hard to hear. I know you are doing your best. I appreciate how hard you work. I love you. Bonnie, reading Bonnie's letter, made John realize how he was unintentionally giving more of his undivided attention to clients than to his own wife. This awareness inspired him to shift his focus and dedicate more energy to small acts of love and consideration at home, ultimately strengthening their bond and fulfilling both their needs in the relationship. When a man overworks, John realized he wasn't ignoring his wife out of a lack of love, but because he was simply exhausted. In his mind, working hard to provide a comfortable life was the best way to support his family. When he understood how his wife felt, he reevaluated his priorities and developed a plan to make a positive change. Instead of seeing 8 clients a day, he began seeing 7, leaving time to come home an hour earlier and dedicate his undivided attention to his wife. He started treating her as his most important client by being present, listening, and doing little things to show his love. The results were immediate. His wife was happier, and he felt more fulfilled, leading him to slow down and focus more on his family. How a woman can help Bonnie's role in this transformation was pivotal. By openly sharing her feelings and consistently expressing appreciation when John did small things for her, she helped him realize the importance of those gestures. Through her persistence and gratitude, he began to feel valued not just for big achievements, but also for simple, everyday actions. This relieved him of the pressure to constantly achieve great things to feel loved. When women give points, women have a unique ability to appreciate life's small gestures as much as the big ones, which is a blessing for men. Men often strive for greater success because they believe it will make them more deserving of love. Deep inside, many men crave love and admiration, but may not realize that they can earn this love simply by being thoughtful and present. By acknowledging the little things, a woman can help free a man from his fixation on achievement as a source of worth. If a woman understands how much her appreciation means to him, she can use this awareness to build a stronger relationship. Healing the resentment flu, women naturally value small gestures, but resentment can cloud this ability. When a woman feels unappreciated or unsupported, it becomes harder for her to notice the positive things her partner does. This can create a cycle of resentment, where she feels she's giving more than she's receiving, which blocks her from appreciating his efforts. When a woman feels she's scoring 40 points in the relationship to her partner's 10, she may unconsciously subtract his points from her own, creating an imbalance that feels like 30-0. This often leaves her feeling neglected, and her partner may sense this frustration, catching the resentment flu in response. Both feel unappreciated, and the cycle of resentment deepens. What she can do the way to break this cycle is through compassionate understanding. She can acknowledge her own role in the imbalance by recognizing that her giving more may have contributed to the situation. Instead of focusing on resentment, she can give herself a break from overgiving, allowing her partner to step in and support her. By treating herself as if she's recovering from a flu, she can prioritize self-care and make space for her partner's support. When a woman accepts responsibility for her overgiving, she can reset the scorecard. This new approach allows her to release resentment, recognize her partner's efforts, and give him a chance to show his support in meaningful ways. How men give points. Men score points in relationships, primarily based on appreciation and a partner's loving reactions rather than on actions alone. A man feels loved when he sees his partner's positive reactions to his actions, whether big or small. If a woman appreciates what he does, he feels valued and reciprocates by awarding points. If she responds negatively or with resentment, he may not feel the points are earned, no matter her efforts. For men, Appreciation fulfills a primary need. Even if a woman does many domestic tasks, they hold little significance if he feels unappreciated. To him, her support and positive response mean more than the actions themselves. Similarly, for a woman to feel loved, it's not only the big gestures that matter, but also consistent small acts of care. For a man, expressing his love through thoughtful behaviors strengthens his connection with his partner. How women can score big points with men. There are specific actions that women can take to earn more points with men, especially when he's most in need of support or reassurance. These actions demonstrate understanding, patience, and support, which men highly value, especially in moments of vulnerability or stress. 1. He makes a mistake and she doesn't say, "I told you so," earns 10 to 20 points. 2. He disappoints her and she doesn't punish him, earns 10 to 20 points. 3. He gets lost while driving and she doesn't make a big deal of it, earns 10 to 20 points. 4. He gets lost and she finds a positive in the situation, earns 20 to 30 points. 5. He forgets to pick something up and she responds kindly, earns 10 to 20 points. 6. He forgets again and she remains patient, earns 20 to 30 points. 7. She apologizes and makes amends when she's hurt him, earns 10 to 40 points. 8. She asks for support and he says no. She respects his limitations, earns 10 to 20 points. 9. She asks for his support again another time, and he says no, and she accepts it gracefully, earns 20 to 30 points. 10. She asks for support without being demanding when she's feeling even, earns 1 to 5 points. 11. She asks for support without being demanding, especially when she's been giving more, earns 10 to 30 points. 12. When he withdraws, she doesn't make him feel guilty, earns 10 to 20 points. 13. When he returns from his cave, she welcomes him without punishment, earns 10 to 20 points. 14. When he apologizes for a mistake and she forgives him, earns 10 to 50 points. 15. When he asks her to do something and she says no without lengthy explanations, earns 1 to 10 points. 16. When he asks her to do something and she agrees and stays positive, earns 1 to 10 points. 17. When he attempts to make up after a fight, she appreciates his efforts, earns 10 to 30 points. 18. She's happy to see him when he arrives home, earns 10 to 20 points. 19. She feels disapproving but takes time alone to center herself, earns 10 to 20 points. 20. On special occasions, she overlooks minor faults, earns 20 to 40 points. 21. She genuinely enjoys intimacy with him, earns 10 to 40 points. 22. He loses his keys and she doesn't criticize him, earns 10 to 20 points. 23. She tactfully expresses disappointment about a date choice, earns 10 to 20 points. 24. She doesn't give driving advice and thanks him for arriving safely, earns 10 to 20 points. 25. She requests support without focusing on his past errors, earns 10 to 20 points. 26. She shares negative feelings without blame or rejection, earns 10 to 40 points. When a woman can score more points, the situations above show that when a man is in need, such as after making a mistake or feeling embarrassed, her supportive response earns higher points. During these moments, he's most vulnerable and appreciates her understanding more deeply. Women's ability to show support at difficult times fluctuates, like a wave. When her wave is on an upswing, she may be able to provide more support and thus earn extra points. Likewise, the degree of need in each situation may cause a man to assign a variable number of points based on how much her support means to him at that time. Balancing points with loving attitudes and actions, understanding these dynamics, allows both partners to meet each other's needs better, nurturing their relationship through supportive actions and appreciative attitudes. As they both become more aware of these needs, they strengthen their bond, building a more satisfying and fulfilling partnership. When a man has made a significant mistake, he often becomes defensive due to the fear of rejection or lack of forgiveness from his partner. His defensiveness is generally stronger for bigger mistakes because acknowledging these may feel like an unbearable admission of failure. If he feels incapable of earning forgiveness, instead of apologizing, he may become angry or project blame onto his partner, even giving penalty points to shift the emotional weight. In these moments, it's beneficial for a woman to lie low, treating his anger or defensiveness like a passing storm. On Venus, where everyone collaborates to understand and soothe someone who is upset, ignoring or withdrawing support feels unnatural. But on Mars, a storm means everyone takes cover until it clears. If a woman tries to calm or change her partner during these episodes, it can often escalate the situation, leaving him feeling criticized and defensive. However, once he has moved past the moment, he will often appreciate her patience and award bonus points for her restraint and understanding. When men give penalty points, men's tendency to give penalty points is confusing for many women. Unlike women, who may subtract their score or feel resentment, men quickly award penalty points when they feel wronged. Although penalty points may seem unfair, it's helpful for women to recognize that men also take these points back after they feel supported and understood. Women can think of this behavior as a temporary emotional flu. By responding with extra care and patience, a woman can often help him return to a state of appreciation and balance in their relationship. Supporting each other by understanding scoring differences, both men and women benefit by remembering and respecting these scoring differences. Relationships can become much easier when both partners learn to adjust their approach to match the other's needs and ways of feeling loved. Knowing that men and women score points differently can alleviate misunderstandings and reduce emotional exhaustion, fostering a partnership where both feel valued and supported in ways that truly matter to each other. Understanding why asking is necessary, a significant reason women may feel unsupported in relationships, is because they are either not asking for what they need or are asking in ways that aren't effective. For many women, the idea of asking for support may feel counterintuitive. On Venus, love is communicated by intuitively understanding each other's needs without asking. This principle, love is never having to ask, can create deep frustration when applied in a relationship with a Martian partner, where asking is not only expected but necessary. Men, by nature, don't instinctively anticipate a partner's needs in the same way as Venusian women do. A woman may not ask for support as a way of testing her partner's love, expecting him to automatically step in and provide what she needs. However, on Mars, if support is needed, it's customary to ask directly. Without this clear request, a man may assume that everything is fine or that his current level of support is sufficient. Overcoming resentment and the fear of asking a common challenge arises when a woman does ask for support after a long period of feeling unreciprocated. By then, resentment may have built up, and instead of being a simple request, her ask may come across as a demand. Men are naturally turned off by demands and resentment, even if they are inclined to provide support. The irony is that if a woman has given without receiving, a man might assume his support isn't needed. He sees her continued giving as evidence that she's content. To break this cycle, it's essential to understand that asking for support from a Martian partner can build the bridge needed for connection. The key is to remember that asking doesn't diminish love, but strengthens it by allowing both partners to understand each other better. 3 steps to effectively ask for support. There are 3 steps that can help in asking for support in a way that builds mutual understanding and strengthens relationships. 1. Practice asking for what you're already receiving. Begin by noticing and appreciating the things your partner already does for you. This can be as simple as thanking him for things he routinely does, like helping with chores or spending quality time together. Practicing gratitude and acknowledgement reinforces the support you're already receiving, making it more likely he will want to continue or even increase his efforts. 2. Practice asking for more, even when you know he might say no. This step involves making small requests, even if you anticipate a no. By practicing this, you're learning to accept his responses without feeling rejected or resentful. When you ask for something and he says no, view it as an opportunity to trust that he will support you when he can. By practicing this approach, you also become more comfortable with the act of asking without feeling like it's a test of love or commitment. 3. Practice assertive asking. The final step is assertive asking. This is a direct, clear request for what you need without hesitancy. Assertive asking is rooted in a belief that your needs are valid and that it's okay to make requests. When practiced effectively, assertive asking allows a woman to express her needs without resentment or doubt. By being open and clear, she can avoid the cycle of passive expectations and instead create a foundation where both partners feel empowered to support each other. Through these steps, asking for support becomes a path to understanding rather than a source of frustration. Relationships thrive when both partners learn to bridge their differences, and asking is one of the most fundamental tools to create this understanding. Step 1. Asking correctly for what you are already getting. The first step to gaining more support in your relationship is to ask for what you're already receiving, focusing on those small daily actions that can often go unnoticed. These might include tasks like carrying boxes, tidying up, making calls, and other simple chores. The goal here is not just to make requests, but to appreciate these small gestures actively. This approach reinforces the foundation of support while fostering an atmosphere of gratitude. During this phase, it's essential not to ask for more than what he is used to providing. Concentrate on the little things he already does. Refrain from taking these for granted and instead make a point to ask for them in a supportive, non-demanding way. Over time, he will feel encouraged to help more because he feels appreciated for what he already provides. Tips for motivating a Martian partner. There are 5 key techniques that make requests more effective and maintain the sense of mutual respect. If these aren't observed, he may feel overwhelmed or taken for granted. 1. Appropriate timing. Timing matters a great deal. Avoid asking him to do something when he's already about to do it. For instance, if he's heading to take out the trash, don't ask him to take out the trash. He might interpret it as unnecessary direction. Similarly, don't request help when he's intensely focused on something else. Example, if he's watching TV, wait until there's a break to ask if he could lend a hand. This respects his focus and gives him time to transition. 2. Non-demanding attitude. Requests should feel like requests, not demands. If resentment or expectation comes through in your tone, he may sense he's not appreciated for what he already does. Men respond well to gratitude, so approach him with an open, supportive attitude. Example, instead of saying, "You should be helping me with the housework," try, "Would you help me with the dishes tonight?" 3. Be brief. Avoid long explanations. Martians typically don't need a list of reasons to fulfill a request. The more extensive the explanation, the more he might feel you're trying to convince or manipulate him. Brief, direct communication often works best. Here are some examples of indirect requests and how to make them direct and brief. Indirect. The kids need to be picked up and I can't do it. Direct. Would you pick up the kids? Indirect. The groceries are in the car. Direct. Would you bring in the groceries? Indirect. I can't fit anything else in the trash can. Direct. Would you empty the trash? For be direct. Avoid hinting. Women often think they're asking for support when they're not actually making a clear request. Indirect requests can leave him feeling unappreciated, and he may even feel like he's supposed to anticipate your needs. Here are additional examples of indirect requests that could be more direct. Indirect. We haven't gone out in weeks. Direct. Would you take me out this week? Indirect. The backyard is really a mess. Direct. Would you clean up the backyard? Indirect. I have no time to make dinner tonight. Direct. Would you take us out to eat tonight? 5. Use correct wording. Would instead of could. One of the most common mistakes when asking for support is using could or can instead of would or will. Saying, could you empty the trash? Sounds like a question about his ability, while would you empty the trash is a request. This distinction may seem small, but it's significant for many men. For them, could can sound indirect or even manipulative, as if you're doubting his ability or implying obligation. Here are 17 insights from men on this topic. 1. When I hear, could you clean up the backyard? I take it literally. I could do it, but I haven't agreed to it. 2. When she says, could you help me? It sounds critical. But if she says, would you help me? I want to say yes. 3. If she asks, would you change the baby's diaper? I feel like I'm contributing, not just doing a task. 4. I like it when she says, would you help me? It makes me want to be the good guy. 5. I feel resentful when she says, could you? It doesn't feel like a request. 6. When she asks, would you take out the trash? I feel like it's my choice, and I'm more likely to do it. 7. When my wife says, could you plant the flowers? I agree, but without commitment. 8. When she says, would you help me? I feel like I've made a choice, and I want to help. 9. With 5 sisters, I know that could feels like I'm being told what to do, not invited to help. 10. When she says, would you help? I want to say yes because I feel trusted to decide. 11. I'll say yes to could, but then I don't feel like I need to follow through. 12. When she says, could you? I feel like there's an expectation I may resent. 13. If she asks, would you help? I feel like she's being honest about her need. 14. I can tell when she says, could you? There's usually a bit of resentment behind it. 15. If she says, would you help? It's more personal. I feel like she values my help. 16. When she says, would you help? It's easier to say yes, even if I'm busy. 17. If she asks, could you? I feel expected to say yes. But if it's would you, I feel like I'm given a choice. The hardest part of learning to ask is remembering how to do it. Try using the W words whenever possible. It will take a lot of practice. To ask a man for support. 1. Be direct. 2. Be brief. 3. Use would you or will you phrases. Here are specific examples for clarity. Do say, would you empty the trash? Oh, don't say. This kitchen is a mess. It really stinks. I can't fit anything else into the trash bag. It needs to be emptied. Could you do it? Do say, would you help me move this table? Oh, don't say. I can't move this table. I need to rearrange it before our party tonight. Could you please help? Do say, would you please put this away for me? Oh, don't say. I can't put all of this away. Do say, would you bring the groceries in from the car? Oh, don't say. I have 4 bags of groceries left in the car, and I need that food to make dinner. Could you bring them in? Do say, would you pick up a bottle of milk on your way home? Oh, don't say. You'll be going by the store. Lauren needs a bottle of milk. I just can't go out again. I am so tired. Today was a bad day. Could you get it? Do say, would you pick up Julie from school? Oh, don't say. Julie needs a ride home, and I can't pick her up. Do you have time? Do you think you could pick her up? Do say, would you take Zoe to the vet today? Oh, don't say. It's time for Zoe to get her shots. Would you like to take her to the vet? Do say, would you take us out to dinner tonight? Oh, don't say. I am too tired to make dinner. We haven't gone out in a long time. Do you want to go out? Do say, would you zip me up? Oh, don't say. I need your help. Could you zip me up? Do say, would you build a fire for us tonight? Oh, don't say. It's really cold. Are you going to build a fire? Do say, would you take me to a movie this week? Oh, don't say, do you want to go to a movie this week? Do say, would you help Lauren put on her shoes? Oh, don't say, Lauren still hasn't put on her shoes. We are late. I can't do this all by myself. Could you help? Do say, would you sit down with me now or sometime tonight and talk about our schedule? Oh, don't say, I have no idea what's going on. We haven't talked, and I need to know what you are doing. As you've likely noticed, what may sound like a request to you could be interpreted differently by him. It takes conscious effort to make these small but impactful changes. Common questions about asking for support this first step can be challenging, and here are some common questions that reflect common obstacles or hesitations women may feel. 1. Why should I have to ask him when I don't require him to ask me? Oh, answer. Men and women communicate differently. Men are from Mars, and asking is part of their culture. By adjusting your approach, you'll likely get what you need without feeling resentful. Over time, he may naturally start offering support without being asked. 2. Why should I appreciate what he does when I'm doing more? Oh, answer. Appreciation motivates men. Even if you're doing more, by acknowledging his support, he'll feel encouraged to give even more in return. If it's hard to feel appreciative, try giving a bit less so that his contributions stand out more, making them easier to appreciate. 3. If I ask for support, will he think he's doing me a favor? Oh, answer. He might, and that's okay. When a man feels he's giving from his heart, he's more likely to give freely. If he feels obligated, his heart closes. Men tend to be more generous when they feel they're offering support as a gift rather than fulfilling an obligation. For if he loves me, shouldn't he just offer support without asking? Oh, answer. Men may not naturally anticipate every need. Remembering that he's from Mars helps in understanding that men respond better when asked. Over time, he may begin to offer support without prompting. 5. If I ask for support, will he think I'm not giving as much as he is? Oh, answer. Actually, no. When you ask for support, he may assume you feel entitled to it because you've contributed significantly as well. This sense of fairness may encourage him to give freely. 6. When I ask for support, I feel compelled to explain why I need it. Isn't that necessary? Oh, answer. Not necessarily. When a man hears your request, he trusts you have good reasons. Lengthy explanations might feel manipulative to him. Keep it brief. He'll ask if he needs more information. Step 2. Practice asking for more. The second step in learning to ask for support is to request more, even in situations where you think he might say no. This practice serves several purposes. 1. Appreciation foundation. Begin by appreciating what he is already doing. When he feels that he's accepted as he is, he's more likely to stretch and offer more support. 2. Freedom to say no. Make it safe for him to say no. When a man feels that he can refuse without consequence, he is more likely to feel comfortable and often will be more willing to say yes in the future. 3. Reducing rejection assumptions. Women often avoid asking because they anticipate resistance and feel rejected before even asking. In this step, practice asking even when you suspect he might decline. Examples of asking when you expect a no. Choose situations where you want to support but don't typically ask. Be prepared to accept his response graciously and use phrases like okay or no problem if he says no. Here's how it might look in practice. Situation: he's working and you need help with the kids. Oh, ask, would you pick up Julie? She just called. Oh, if he says no, respond simply with okay. Situation: he's accustomed to you making dinner, but you'd like help. Oh, ask, would you make dinner tonight? Or would you help me cut the potatoes? Oh, if he says no, say okay without any resentment. Situation: he usually watches TV while you clean up. You'd like him to help with the dishes. Oh, ask, would you help with the dishes tonight? Or would you do the dishes tonight? Oh, if he says no, respond with a neutral okay. Situation: he wants to watch a movie, but you'd like to go dancing. Oh, ask: would you take me dancing tonight? I love to dance with you. Oh, if he says no, say okay. Situation: he's tired, and you need the trash taken out. Oh, ask: would you take the trash out? Oh, if he says no, a simple okay will suffice. Situation: he's busy with a project, and you'd like some time together. Oh, ask: would you spend some time with me? Oh, if he says no, accept with okay. Situation: you need a ride to pick up your car, and he's busy. Oh, ask: would you give me a ride today to pick up my car? It's being repaired. Oh, if he says no, a neutral okay works well here too. Building trust and responsiveness by asking and allowing him to say no without judgment or disappointment, you create a positive memory that he will recall in the future. Each time he experiences your understanding, he becomes more receptive to your requests. This practice helps to build trust and demonstrates to him that he won't be made to feel inadequate for declining support occasionally. Real-life insight: one woman working on a project demonstrated this technique with a friend who often said no. When she asked for his help and accepted his refusal without any frustration, he was more willing to say yes in the future. This approach helped build a positive, lasting impression and increased his willingness to assist over time. Key points to remember: choose situations where you can comfortably accept a no without feeling hurt. Keep responses neutral, like okay or no problem, when he declines. Avoid sacrificing your needs without asking. Men need to know when they are needed, and if you don't ask, they may remain unaware of your needs. When you ask a man for support and don't make him feel rejected, if he says no, he'll remember that. Each time you ask in a kind way and accept his response gracefully, it leaves a positive impression. This gentle acceptance increases his willingness to give next time. As you continue to ask for more over time, he'll gradually feel secure in saying yes, knowing it's safe to say no when he needs to. This is a foundation of a healthy relationship, a place where both people can freely express their needs and respectfully accept each other's boundaries. When both partners feel permission to ask for support and permission to decline, it builds trust and openness, allowing each person to give willingly instead of out of pressure or resentment. A relationship is healthy when both partners have permission to ask for what they want and need, and they both have permission to say no if they choose. One day, the author recalls standing in the kitchen when his 5-year-old daughter, Lauren, asked him to lift her and do tricks. He was tired and said, "No, I can't today. I am really tired." She playfully insisted, "Please, Daddy, just one flip." A friend standing nearby interjected, "Now, Lauren, your father is tired. He's worked hard today. You shouldn't ask." To this, Lauren responded, "I'm just asking." And when the friend commented that her father can't say no, the entire family chimed in, "Oh, yes, he can." The family had practiced asking for support, and everyone knew it was okay to say no. This approach ensures that everyone feels respected and nobody hesitates to ask for what they need. Step 3. Practice assertive asking in Step 3. You assertively ask for what you want, even if there's initial resistance. This step involves making a request and then remaining silent, waiting without feeling pressured to accept a no right away. It's about giving him space to consider, without immediately letting him off the hook. Imagine he's on his way to bed and you ask, "Would you go to the store and get some milk?" He might respond, "Oh, I'm really tired. I want to go to bed." Here, instead of quickly saying, "Okay," you remain quiet, letting him process your request. This pause signals that you're comfortable with his initial resistance and are giving him the opportunity to decide. The art of assertive asking is to remain calm and silent after making a request. After you've asked, expect him to grumble or resist a little. Often, men make noises when they shift from one focus to another. These sounds don't mean he's unwilling to help. They're just part of the transition. In fact, the more focused he was the more likely he is to grumble as he adjusts his mind to your request. When a man grumbles, it is a good sign. He is trying to consider your request versus his needs. Consider a situation where he's ready for bed, and you ask him to get milk from the store. If he groans, "I'm tired, I want to go to bed," it's not a rejection. It's a sign that he's weighing his desire to rest against your request. Instead of reacting, remain silent, trusting that he's taking it in. In this way, you're helping him to stretch his willingness to give. Just as we stretch muscles to become more flexible, he stretches his ability to support by pushing through his initial reluctance. When a man grumbles, it's like a rusty door opening. It may sound rough at first, but it's a signal that he's getting ready to step in. When you ignore the grumbles, they often pass quickly. In fact, many men start out grumbling but end up saying yes. However, if a woman misinterprets this resistance as rejection, she might react with frustration or disappointment, and he, in turn, may feel pressured and close off. But if you wait patiently, his initial reluctance often fades, and he finds himself happy to support you. Let's say he grumbles a bit, but goes out to buy the milk. By the time he reaches the store, his annoyance starts to ease, and he begins to feel good about helping you. He picks up the milk and feels a sense of accomplishment, like he's a good partner doing something thoughtful. Achievement brings men joy, and they enjoy fulfilling a goal, even a small one like bringing home milk. When he returns, greet him warmly and thank him for going. This appreciation deepens his willingness to support you in the future. The next time you ask, he may grumble less, and over time, he might even volunteer to help without being asked. Through your acceptance and gratitude, he learns to feel more comfortable and open to supporting you. When you ask a man for support and you do not reject him for saying no, he will remember that, and next time he will be much more willing to give. Over time, assertive asking gradually reduces his resistance, making him more likely to say yes without hesitation. He begins to feel like a willing partner, rather than someone under pressure to meet expectations. The pregnant pause, one of the key elements of assertive asking, is to remain silent after you have asked for support. Allow your partner to work through his resistance without adding any pressure or disapproval of his grumbling. As long as you pause and remain silent, you give him space to process and possibly fulfill your request. However, if you break the silence too soon, you risk losing the power of your request. Common mistakes that break the pause: many women unknowingly break the silence and lose their power by making comments like, "Oh, forget it. I can't believe you're saying no. I do so much for you. It will only take 15 minutes. Why can't you do it?" These kinds of responses can feel defensive and make him feel pressured, which often results in resistance. When you ask, avoid these reactions and trust that he'll consider the request. One of the key elements of assertive asking is to remain silent after you have asked for support. To give him the best chance of fulfilling your request, simply ask and pause. If he grumbles or questions the request, it's often just his way of processing. Let him respond in his way, even if it includes complaining, and maintain your silence, showing confidence in your request. Examples of assertive asking with the pregnant pause. Here's how to respond assertively while keeping the silence powerful. 1. What he says in resistance to her request. "Oh, I don't have time. Can't you do it?" How she can respond with assertive asking. "Oh, I'm also rushed. Would you please do it?" Then remain silent again. 2. What he says in resistance to her request. "Oh no, I don't want to do that." How she can respond with assertive asking. "Oh, I would really appreciate it. Will you please do it for me?" Then remain silent again. 3. What he says in resistance to her request. "Oh, I'm busy. What are you doing?" How she can respond with assertive asking. "Oh, I'm busy too. Will you please do it?" Then remain silent again. For what he says in resistance to her request. "Oh no, I don't feel like it." How she can respond with assertive asking. "Oh, I don't feel like it either." "Would you please do it?" Then remain silent again. In each case, you're not defending your request or giving reasons why he should do it. You're simply standing firm and matching his resistance without any additional pressure. If he continues to resist, accept his response graciously without disappointment or judgment. Showing respect for his boundaries creates a positive memory, making him more willing to support you the next time you ask. Why men are so sensitive. It's worth understanding why men can be sensitive when asked for support. It's not because they are lazy or unwilling to help, but because men have a deep-seated need to feel accepted. Any request for more or an implication that he needs to change can make him feel that he isn't good enough as he is. Just as a woman is more sensitive about being heard and feeling understood when she is sharing her feelings, a man is more sensitive about being accepted just the way he is. On Mars, the motto is "Don't fix it unless it's broken." When he hears a request for more support, it's easy for him to interpret that as a sign that he isn't good enough or that he needs to change. This sensitivity is something to keep in mind while practicing assertive asking. As you learn the art of asking for support in a way that's respectful, your relationship can grow stronger, and you'll both experience more love and fulfillment. The goal is to create an environment where both partners feel free to ask for support and feel comfortable enough to say no if they need to. In a healthy relationship, both asking and responding to requests feel safe and natural, helping to foster mutual respect and love. Chapter 13. Keeping the magic of love alive. One of the paradoxes in loving relationships is that just when things are going well and we feel loved, we might suddenly begin to distance ourselves emotionally or react to our partners in unloving ways. Here are some common scenarios that illustrate this paradox. 1. You may be feeling a lot of love for your partner, and then the next morning, you wake up feeling annoyed or resentful. 2. You are loving, patient, and accepting, but the following day, you become demanding or dissatisfied. 3. You feel deeply connected to your partner, but after a small argument, you begin thinking about ending the relationship. 4. Your partner does something caring, yet you feel resentful about times they ignored you in the past. 5. You feel attraction to your partner, only to suddenly feel emotionally numb in their presence. 6. You are happy with your partner, but soon after you feel insecure about the relationship or doubt you can get what you need. 7. You feel confident in your partner's love, but the next moment you feel desperate and needy. 8. You are generous with your love, but suddenly you become withholding, judgmental, critical, or controlling. 9. You are attracted to your partner, but when they make a commitment, you lose attraction or start noticing others. 10. You want to be intimate, but when your partner expresses desire, you no longer feel the same. 11. You feel good about yourself and your life, and then suddenly you feel inadequate or abandoned. 12. You have a great day and look forward to seeing your partner, but a small comment leaves you feeling distant or disappointed. If you've experienced these emotional shifts, you're not alone. It's also common to see these changes in your partner's behavior. You may notice them withdrawing or reacting unexpectedly, despite being loving just a day before. Such shifts can be confusing and make you question the stability of the relationship. However, understanding what causes these feelings can be a significant relief. Love brings up our unresolved feelings. When we experience love, it often stirs up unresolved feelings from the past. In moments of feeling loved, we may also feel unexpectedly vulnerable and cautious, as if old, painful memories of rejection are surfacing. When we trust and accept love, it's common for these past hurts to emerge, seeking to be healed. Whenever we are experiencing love or self-acceptance, these old feelings are thawed and begin to surface. They can temporarily overshadow our loving awareness, leading us to feel irritable, defensive, or resentful. love, by making us feel safe. Give space for these repressed feelings to arise, as they were often held back or unaddressed in the past. For many, these past wounds lie dormant until moments of love make us feel secure enough for them to emerge. If we can handle these feelings productively, they can be released, and we can experience a greater capacity for love and creativity. However, if we fall into blame or get stuck in arguments with our partners, these feelings remain unresolved and may be suppressed once again, ready to resurface later. How to keep the love alive, keeping the magic of love alive, involves learning how to recognize and deal with these feelings as they come up without letting them cause tension in the relationship. By understanding that these emotional shifts are natural and often unrelated to your partner's actions, you can create a healthier, more resilient relationship. Allow yourself to be open to the possibility that these reactions are an opportunity for healing rather than a sign that something is wrong with the love you share. How repressed feelings come up. Repressed feelings have a sneaky way of surfacing in our lives. They don't come with a friendly introduction, announcing themselves as unresolved emotions from the past. Instead, when feelings of abandonment or rejection bubble to the surface, we often misinterpret them as being abandoned or rejected by our current partner. This projection of past pain onto the present can transform minor issues into major emotional wounds, causing a surprising amount of hurt over seemingly trivial matters. For years, many of us suppress our painful feelings, pushing them deep down as a way of coping with life's challenges. However, when we fall in love, the warmth and safety that love provides can create a space where these feelings feel safe enough to emerge. Love opens the door to our emotional selves, allowing us to confront the pain we've hidden away for so long. Why couples may fight during good times. Interestingly, our unresolved feelings don't just resurface when we're in love. They can also arise during moments of happiness or joy. It's during these seemingly joyful occasions that couples might find themselves in conflict, which can be puzzling. Why, in moments that should be filled with joy, do we suddenly clash? For instance, consider the times when couples may fight during significant life events or celebrations. Moving into a new home, redecorating, attending a graduation, participating in a religious celebration, or even during a wedding. Other occasions might include receiving presents, going on vacation, finishing a joint project, celebrating holidays like Christmas or Thanksgiving, making positive lifestyle changes, buying a new car, or enjoying a passionate, intimate moment. During these special times, one or both partners might inexplicably experience mood swings or emotional reactions that seem disproportionate to the situation. These upsets often occur before, during, or immediately after the event, creating confusion and frustration. Reflecting on past experiences to better understand these emotional responses, it can be insightful to reflect on how your parents might have reacted during similar occasions in their own lives. Were there unresolved feelings or tensions that surfaced during family celebrations or significant milestones? How did those reactions shape your own understanding of love, joy, and conflict? Consider how your past experiences may influence your present reactions. If certain joyful moments trigger feelings of fear, inadequacy, or discomfort, it's likely a reflection of unresolved feelings tied to past relationships or family dynamics. Recognizing these patterns is the first step toward breaking the cycle of emotional conflict. In your own relationship, acknowledge that these moments of tension don't necessarily signify a problem with your partner or the love you share. Instead, they may highlight deeper, unhealed wounds that need attention. By approaching these situations with compassion and an open heart, you can navigate the complexities of love and create a space for healing, ensuring that the magic of love remains alive and vibrant in your relationship. The 90-10 principle in relationships. Understanding the dynamics of unresolved feelings can illuminate why we often react disproportionately to our partners. It's crucial to recognize that about 90% of our emotional upset is rooted in past experiences, rather than being directly tied to our present circumstances. Only about 10% of our feelings are a valid response to what is currently happening. For example, consider a situation where your partner seems a little critical. On a good day, you might brush it off easily, understanding that their comment isn't meant to hurt. Perhaps they're having a bad day, and you recognize their intention is not negative. But on another day, their words might cut deep, triggering past wounds. If you're feeling particularly sensitive due to unresolved feelings from childhood, that small poke can feel like a stab, and you may react with hurt or anger. The sensitivity to criticism when we were children, we often interpreted criticism as a direct reflection of our worth. We absorbed the negativity from those around us, without the understanding that it was their issue, not ours. So, when unresolved feelings from our past surface, they can cloud our perception of our partner's comments. This is where the 90-10 principle comes into play. 90% of our reaction stems from past experiences, while only 10% pertains to our partner's current behavior. Imagine someone lightly poking you on the arm. It's not painful. Now, envision someone pressing on an open wound or a bruise. That pressure exacerbates the pain exponentially. Similarly, if you're dealing with unresolved feelings, the usual bumps in your relationship can feel like major injuries. The healing process at the start of a relationship, we may not notice these sensitivities as acutely. It takes time for past feelings to resurface. But when they do, it can significantly alter how we react to our partners. Most of the time, what bothers us would not even register if it weren't for our unresolved feelings from the past. When those feelings surface, the way we support each other becomes crucial. For instance, when a man faces his past, he might retreat into his cave, needing acceptance and space. Conversely, when a woman's past resurfaces, her self-esteem may plummet, leading her to seek tender care and understanding. One way to navigate these turbulent waters is to write about your feelings. Before approaching your partner when you're upset, take time to articulate your emotions in a love letter. This process can help release negativity and enable you to confront your partner from a place of understanding rather than reactivity. Responding to your partner's emotions when your partner reacts strongly, remember that their emotional responses may be influenced by their past. Instead of labeling their feelings as an overreaction, an invalidating response that can deepen their hurt, give them space to process. Understanding that they are likely wrestling with unresolved emotions allows you to respond with empathy and support. If the situation feels too intense for a discussion, encourage your partner to write a love letter before delving into what upset them. This can create a safe space for both of you to express your feelings without the immediate emotional charge of the moment. A healing letter, if you find yourself upset by your partner, use the love letter technique to explore your feelings further. As you write, consider how these emotions connect to your past. You might uncover memories that reveal your upset is tied not just to your partner, but to experiences with your parents or others from your past. Once you identify these connections, you can shift your letter's focus to address those feelings, perhaps even addressing your parents directly. Following this, compose a response letter to express your understanding and healing. Sharing these insights with your partner can help them grasp the deeper roots of your sensitivities. When they witness you taking responsibility for the majority of your hurt, which comes from unresolved past issues, it can foster compassion and understanding in your relationship. You are never upset for the reason you think as you embark on the journey of writing love letters and delving into your emotions. You may start to realize that the reasons for your upset often differ from what you initially believed. This realization can lead to the gradual fading of negativity. Just as we can be unexpectedly gripped by negative feelings, we also possess the ability to release them just as swiftly. Here are a few illustrative examples of this process. 1. Jim's realization. One morning, Jim awoke feeling inexplicably annoyed with his partner. Her every action seemed to disturb him. However, as he penned a love letter to her, he uncovered a deeper truth. He was actually upset with his mother for being controlling. This revelation led him to write a brief letter to his mother, reflecting on those feelings of control from his childhood. Once he completed the letter, Jim found that his irritation with his partner had vanished. 2. Lisa's fear. After several months of blissful love, Lisa found herself suddenly critical of her partner. Through the process of writing a love letter, she unearthed her deeper fears: fear of not being good enough for him and concern that he was losing interest. Acknowledging these fears allowed her to reconnect with her loving feelings. 3. Bill and Jean's fight. After a romantic evening together, Bill and Jean unexpectedly found themselves in a fierce argument the following day. Jean expressed frustration over something Bill forgot. In a moment of heated emotion, Bill contemplated divorce. Later, while writing a love letter, he recognized that his reaction stemmed from a deep-seated fear of abandonment rooted in his childhood experiences during his parents' conflicts. Writing a letter to his parents helped him regain his loving feelings toward Jean. 4. Susan's anger. Tom, Susan's husband, was preoccupied with work deadlines and came home stressed. Although part of Susan understood his situation, she felt overwhelming resentment and anger. As she wrote a love letter, she discovered that her feelings were tied to unresolved anger toward her father for leaving her with her abusive mother. This recognition helped her heal, allowing her to let go of the anger directed at Tom. 5. Rachel's attraction. Rachel felt attracted to Phil until he expressed his love and desire for commitment. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed with doubt and her passion diminished. While writing him a love letter, she realized her anger was directed at her father for his passive behavior and the way he hurt her mother. Once she expressed those feelings in a letter to her father, her attraction to Phil was reignited. As you practice the love letter technique, you may not always connect with specific memories or feelings. However, as you delve deeper into your emotions, you will find that many of your upsets are indeed tied to past experiences. The delayed reaction, response love, not only brings unresolved feelings to the surface, but also can trigger emotional responses when we seek to fulfill our desires. Consider a personal example. I had longed for intimacy with my partner, but she wasn't in the mood. I accepted this initially. As the days passed without change, my frustration grew, yet I kept pretending everything was fine. I suppressed my feelings of resentment, trying to remain loving. After 2 weeks of this internal struggle, I thought I'd do something special. I bought her a lovely nightgown, hoping to rekindle intimacy, but when I presented it to her, she still wasn't interested. That was my breaking point. I buried myself in work, dismissing my desires. However, 2 weeks later, when she surprised me with a romantic evening, my long-suppressed resentment surged to the surface. All those feelings of frustration I had buried suddenly came rushing back, as if I had been waiting for the right moment to explode. When couples suddenly feel their resentment, I began noticing this pattern in my counseling practice. Couples often displayed a sudden indifference or resentment when one partner finally took steps toward change. For instance, when Bill was ready to meet Mary's needs after years of neglect, her immediate response was one of cold resentment, comments like, "It's too late," or "So what?" This phenomenon is not limited to a single situation. It can manifest in long-term relationships as well. Couples married for decades may suddenly face divorce when one partner decides to change, only to find the other reacting with bitterness. It's almost as if one partner believes the other should endure the pain of the past as a form of penance for past neglect. Understanding and healing through love letters, by recognizing the emotional weight of unresolved feelings, you and your partner can work toward understanding each other's reactions. Writing love letters can be a powerful tool in this process, enabling you to express your past hurts and recognize how they shape your present feelings. When one partner expresses their feelings and reveals the painful roots behind them, it opens the door for empathy and understanding. The crisis of rising expectations, the phenomenon known as the crisis of rising expectations, manifests not only on an individual level, but also in broader societal contexts. A historical example is found during the Johnson administration in the 1960s, when minorities began to gain unprecedented rights. This newfound sense of empowerment led to a surge of anger and violence, as the pent-up emotions of a marginalized community were suddenly unleashed. The same pattern can be observed today in countries where citizens are finally securing freedom from oppressive regimes, resulting in similar outbursts of long-repressed feelings. Why healthy people may need counseling as relationships deepen and love intensifies. It is natural for more profound and painful emotions to surface. These emotions, often rooted in feelings of shame and fear, can become overwhelming. When we don't know how to process these feelings, we risk becoming stuck in a cycle of depression, anxiety, resentment, or fatigue, all signs that our unresolved issues are surfacing but being suppressed. In such moments, it's instinctual to want to flee from love or to seek solace in addictive behaviors. However, when deep feelings arise, it is crucial to confront them rather than run away. This is often when the guidance of a therapist becomes invaluable. In the presence of someone who doesn't evoke our past traumas, we can begin to unpack and process the feelings that emerge. However, in the presence of our partners, we may find it challenging to articulate these emotions. This paradox arises because the very safety we feel with our partners allows our deepest fears to emerge. Unfortunately, when these fears bubble up, they can render us incapable of sharing our true feelings, often leading to numbness. This is why even the most loving relationships may require the occasional assistance of a therapist. Support groups can also provide a vital outlet, allowing us to share our wounds with others who understand, albeit not intimately. When unresolved feelings are projected onto a partner, that partner often feels powerless to help. They may offer support, but without understanding the root of the pain, their efforts can feel futile. By acknowledging how our past experiences shape our present reactions, we can navigate the ebb and flow of love with greater ease, trusting in love's healing power. The seasons of love relationships are akin to gardens that require regular care and nurturing to thrive. Each season of love has its unique needs and challenges. The springtime of love, spring symbolizes the early stages of love, characterized by an overwhelming sense of joy and connection. Everything feels magical. Partners seem perfectly suited for one another. It is a time of innocence and optimism, where love appears eternal and effortless. The summer of love, as love matures into summer, the reality of imperfection sets in. Partners discover that each other is not as flawless as they initially believed. This season often brings frustration and disappointment, requiring hard work to maintain the relationship. Many couples, upon realizing that love requires effort, may feel disillusioned, mistakenly believing that love should always feel like spring. The autumn of love, through diligent care during the summer, couples can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the autumn. This season represents a mature love that embraces imperfections and fosters gratitude. It's a time for sharing and thanksgiving, where couples appreciate the depth of their relationship. The winter of love, winter, marks a period of introspection and healing. As couples navigate the cold and barren months, unresolved issues often rise to the surface. It's a time of solitary growth, where individuals must focus on themselves for love and fulfillment. During this reflective phase, partners may retreat into their own emotional spaces, which can lead to feelings of loneliness or disconnect. As individuals work through their inner turmoil during winter, they lay the groundwork for the rebirth of love that comes with spring. Once the healing process is complete, partners can once again open their hearts to love and the possibilities it brings. Understanding the 90-10 principle, understanding how unresolved feelings can cloud our perceptions of current experiences, is crucial. Often, about 90% of our emotional reactions stem from past wounds, leaving only 10% related to present circumstances. For instance, if a partner's criticism stings deeply on a particular day, it may not just be the words that hurt, but rather the painful memories they evoke from childhood experiences of harsh criticism. This principle serves as a reminder that our emotional responses can be disproportionate to the actual events occurring in our lives. Recognizing this can help individuals respond to their partners with greater compassion and understanding. When feelings from the past come to the forefront, it's essential to process these emotions instead of projecting them onto the current relationship. How we can support each other when a partner's unresolved feelings surface. It is important to approach the situation with empathy. A man may retreat into himself, seeking solitude, while a woman may find her self-esteem plummeting. In both cases, support is crucial. Encouraging open communication can help partners navigate these challenging emotional landscapes together. Successful relationships, after absorbing the insights from this guide on enhancing communication and obtaining what you desire in your relationships, you are well equipped to nurture successful connections. There is genuine cause for optimism. The tools you've learned will help you navigate through the varied seasons of love, allowing you to cultivate a thriving partnership. I have witnessed countless couples experience profound transformations, some achieving reconciliation almost overnight. They arrive at my weekend relationship seminars feeling disconnected, and by Sunday evening, they find themselves in love again, revitalized by the insights and strategies they've gained. By applying the lessons from this book and remembering that men are from Mars and women are from Venus, you too can attain similar success. However, it is vital to remember that love is cyclical. In the spring, love feels effortless, but as summer approaches, it requires hard work. During autumn, you may feel fulfilled and generous, but winter can bring feelings of emptiness. The knowledge you've acquired to navigate through summer's challenges can easily slip from your mind when difficulties arise. The warmth and affection felt in autumn can seem lost in the cold of winter. When the heat of summer leads to conflict, it is common to forget everything you've learned here. In an instant, the strategies and insights that once seemed so clear can evaporate, leading you to blame your partner and neglect their needs. When the chill of winter sets in, feelings of hopelessness may creep in. You might find yourself questioning your worth and that of your partner, feeling overwhelmed and tempted to abandon the relationship entirely. Recognizing that this cycle is natural is crucial. Remember, it is always darkest before the dawn. To cultivate successful relationships, we must acknowledge and embrace the different seasons of love. At times, love flows effortlessly. At others, it demands considerable effort. There will be moments when our hearts overflow, and others when they feel barren. It is essential to avoid expecting our partners to perpetually embody love, or even to remember how to express it. We must extend this same grace to ourselves, recognizing that we, too, are human and may falter in our loving actions. The journey of learning involves not just absorbing knowledge, but also the process of forgetting and rediscovering it. Throughout this book, you've encountered insights that your parents may not have been able to impart. They simply did not know. Therefore, be realistic and allow yourself the grace to make mistakes. Understand that many of the insights you've gained will inevitably slip your mind at times. Educational theories suggest that for us to truly learn something new, we need to encounter it multiple times, sometimes up to 200. It is unreasonable to expect yourself or your partner to retain every lesson from this book. Patience and appreciation for every small step forward are essential. It takes time to work with these concepts and integrate them into your daily life. Additionally, It is important to recognize that unlearning old patterns is just as significant as learning new ones. Unlike children who are just starting to grasp the dynamics of successful relationships, we are shaped by our upbringing, cultural influences, and past traumas. Integrating this new wisdom into our lives presents a unique challenge. You are a pioneer, charting a course through unfamiliar territory, and it's only natural to feel lost at times. So will your partner. Whenever frustration with the opposite sex arises, remind yourself that men are from Mars and women are from Venus. Even if you retain nothing else from this book, embracing the notion of our inherent differences will help you approach relationships with more love and understanding. By gradually shedding judgments and blame and persistently articulating your needs, you can foster the loving relationships you desire, need, and deserve. There is much to look forward to in this journey. May you continue to grow in love and light. Thank you for allowing me to contribute to your life's journey.